I should start launching back up to Algora here soon. I was just running into like weird technical issues that I'm sure they've fixed by now. Let me double check a couple other real quick things. Okay. So let's think about what we're doing today. Uh eh, not so much, like stagnating a bit. We'll keep climbing, but we got close at the 3900, but that was because like my last video I published, I think was actually sometime during December, or at least one of the videos I published. So yeah, I just need to publish more videos. That'll be the thing. I'm just slacking, you know. It's just so easy to keep playing Path of Exile instead. Yeah, I want to give Manor Lords another try. That was Saturday night, but yeah. Who am I lurking? I'm lurking Prime right now just because I left it going and figured why not. But yeah, I stayed up till 8 a.m. Said mm, Sunday morning, like way too late, but it was fun. So yeah, so basically this is the end point, and it's not quite right. I mean, today I'm good. So yeah, Sunday morning I stayed up way too late. I am a little sleepy right now because I forced myself to wake up early today for work stuff, and so I could get to the post office and some other stuff. Oh, I should probably go find it. Work sent me a hoodie, which was nice. Oh, and funny thing, I guess I had some package shipped to me that I had already gotten like the cable I needed, so it wasn't a big deal for me. But like it turns out like at the distribution center or whatever, someone had like razor bladed it open and took the thing that was inside. It ended up being a $3 USB cable. I was like worried it was like something more expensive, but now we're good. It was a $3 USB cable, so like I don't even know if it's worth my time to like follow up on it. Oh, and 1 second. How do I feel about employer.com? I mean, their website seems very meh, right? Like as a product, it's questionable. I would personally probably not use it until they're established and I've heard good things. Oh, gotcha. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Let me go grab the hoodie. 1 second. We'll show it off. We're still getting started. I didn't even get it out of the box yet. They really, really taped this one up. Might be the best taping job I've ever seen. Oh, is there more? Okay, I got some socks too. Oh yeah, get cracking socks. No big deal. Get cracking pen. Card. Yeah, awesome. And this should be the hoodie. Oh, there's another thing too. Oh, it's a thermos. Oh, it's nice. Yeah, it's a good, like, thick stock. It's a zip. It's got the logo. Yeah, it's good material. Yeah, I like it. Lane 7 is the actual manufacturer. Yeah, no, that's good. And then big old thermos. Oh, wow. All right. So number one, black plastic, no good. I'll never be using the straw. But yeah. Nice giant thermos. Pretty cool. Destroys your Wendy's uniform. I mean, it's a nice hoodie. Yeah, I'm pretty pumped. Sir, this is a get cracking. Instead of us, sir, this is a Wendy's. Bad joke, I know. Ooh, kind of a nice pen. Yeah, I'll have to give it some testing out. But yeah, what's up, Crispy? How you doing? All right, so the thing we're doing. This is the accounts get all endpoint. What we want to do is we are on the balances page. What we need to do is get all account balances. And yeah, we don't have an endpoint for that. Mention Wendy's and Crispy Bacon shows up. Yep. It's a conspiracy. Oh. No, hold on. It's not gonna go here. Yeah, I made a mistake. We want to do something like this. Arc is an architect file. So it's basically like a metadata file for architect to know how to publish the lambdas and how the routing from API gateway should work. And it also helps it scaffold the endpoints for us. Like, it's pretty cool, actually. Make sure I'm centered in the screen. There we go. Yeah, so balance ID accounts is then going to be something like this. And we want to do the same thing for quotas. All right, so right before I spin this up, we can go look, and here in the balances folder, right, we don't see underscore accounts as a folder. But if I were to spin this back up again, and we get some failures there because it did some magic for us. I want to double check here. Yeah, those things are fine for now. What is fern gullying? It's like tree shaking, but when you kill way more trees. So, Jarrell, have you ever seen the movie Fern Gully? You should probably watch the movie Fern Gully. If you know what, you don't have to watch Fern Gully. If you've seen Avatar, same thing. Same thing. Not Avatar: The Last Airbender, Avatar the James Cameron movie. It's basically just Fern Gully. Same plot. In the film, basically, dude works for the company that is tearing down a forest, and then some dude gets like shrunk down to their size and lives with the forest people or whatever for a bit, and then realizes that he has to stop them tearing down the forest. But they're like clear cutting the forest. And yeah, there's like, I don't know. It's the more I describe it, the more it sounds like I'm describing Avatar instead, which is just hilarious. But in Fern Gully, he gets bigger. Or not in Fern Gully. In Avatar, he gets bigger instead of getting smaller. But yeah, deforestation. All right, so now what we can see is here in balances, this accounts folder got created with a templated version of what we're doing here. So yeah, we can get rid of that. Sure, no problem. We're going to have some stuff here. This is going to be get all account balances. Request schema, it's a get, so we don't have to do that part. We're going to need to do a get balance. All right, and we'll go do just a little bit of the scaffolding for Quota as well. All right, one thing I want to do before I go too much deeper is the template that we scaffolded from is something that I also create on my own, right? But yeah, the rest of that looks good. We just had like a small issue with our templating there, and now here in quotas, we'll do the rest of this part. Get all. Oh, and yeah, we got a bug. So this is a get endpoint, not a post endpoint. Okay, so now we can actually go and start querying for all this stuff. And what I want to do now, right, we can close the arc files. The accounts get all. It is basically all of this same logic. Yeah. All right, so we got stuff to bring in. Sort direction. We can just do. Add all missing imports, but yeah, they messed this part up. Okay. So this becomes account balances table. So business, account ID, balance ID. What we end up wanting is tertiary key. And we're good there. Oh, but we want to do a get by many IDs. And yeah, because we are we are like lazy creating the account balance for a user, like the moment that they have an actual usage. Yeah, so this is actually wrong. What we want to do is so get all by many IDs takes in an array of key values and an index and doesn't take anything else. Where's another place we're doing get all by many? And we just need the partition key. All right, there we go. So what I want to do here now is I want to do a reducer. So I want to do that by account ID. That looks about right to me. All right, so hold on. That's giving us... Balances, accounts, get all. 135. Ow. Yep, okay. Hey, what's up, Pranav? How you doing? Okay. So that endpoint is scaffolded now. But we're not done. Because we're just going by partition key. Yeah, so if we go to the front end now, let me double check a couple things. Oh, I don't know, Pranav. I'm not sure how that actually accomplishes the goal. Sorry for the yawn. This caffeine's not doing its job. Right? Like, how would an agentic AI take the place of auth in your application? Right? Like, how would agentic AI take the place of clerk? How would agentic AI take the place of Salesforce or, you know, uh, HubSpot? Pretty much software as a service just means something that you pay a monthly fee for instead of just buying that software outright. The service part is the monthly fee. All right, so yeah, this is the part that is actually incorrect. So let's go look at our data fetchers, right? We call them services in this app, totally different kind of service. So we got get stats, get balance payment stats. We'll do the same thing there. Just boilerplate it out, why not? Do I cache DB queries? No, not right now. I will eventually. The goal is to refactor to tan stack query at some point. And then that will manage the caching for me. Now, technically, this service abstraction I have is also a place I could establish some of that cache logic. But tan-stack query also gives me like easy loading state and some of that stuff too. Array of hope. So for the auth and service stuff, what service stuff? Do you mean like this like data fetching right here? The client side logic doesn't have anything done for it. So I make a lot of that stuff myself. Technically, we could wire something up to listen to our OpenAPI spec and generate stuff from that. But, for now, it's not worth that effort. I would like to do that eventually. But I would most likely build that abstraction on top of tan-stack query instead of my own like service abstraction right now. The main reason I'm liking the service is the service does the stuff like attaching like my token to a request. It also does stuff like redirecting us to the login screen if our token's invalid. How's it going, Kevin? All right, so this is where I probably want some kind of abstraction. The repo is not public. All right, so sortable, filterable params is the baseline there. Those keys, we're going to say start date and end date are going to be fairly universal for the app. Min balance, max balance goes away though. No, Array of Hope, that's actually a thing. Like, that's totally a thing. You can spin up cal.com, right? Which is a software as a service. In all technicalities, like, yes, it is. Right? Fully open source. It's just that the data is not open, right? Like, you're not going to get access to their database. But everything else, yeah, totally open source. Like, open source businesses are massively a thing. Growthbook, another software as a service for feature flags. Also, totally open source. Yep. Yeah, and I would be more than willing to open source what I got eventually. I just don't know if it's worth doing right now. But yeah, if that's like a stipulation of getting investment at some point, like I will happily open source it. Yeah, no problem. Oh yeah, it's a good one. Hold on. Is it even right side up? There we go. So yeah, it is from honk.dev. And yes, one of the next things I spin up is going to be using honk. Right? Just because, yeah, Hono, Drizzle, Neon, Cloudflare. We'll see about the Neon part. I may end up just using D1 on Cloudflare, but it's like a Cloudflare native framework. So it's definitely worth checking out. And yeah, this was spun up using a thing called Honox, which is a Hono-based meta framework, which you may also want to check out. So it would basically be, you could do Honox and Honk together as well. So yeah, there's some really cool stuff building around Hono, which I think is awesome. Now, I don't see much use case for Honox for what I'm building, but we'll consider it at some point. I'll probably give it a shot for the next thing anyway. Just cause. Like, why not? But yeah, I'll be using Honk for sure. And yeah, someone I know from Fiberplane is the one that gave me this pin. It's such a good pin, actually. I should have asked if I could grab a couple. But yeah, this is a good pin. I really like it. Hold on, is this... Okay, so this one's like a pin. Another one I got... Hold on, did I mess up the orientation? Yeah, another one I got at GitHub Universe was a Swift pin, but it was like a magnet instead, which I really like. Like the magnet one sounds really cool. So I don't know. I think it'd be fun to make some like Mr. Sir magnets at some point. I don't know. That is definitely something I plan on doing in earnest in the coming year. But I need to spin up a business for my stream stuff as well as for merchandise. And then I can get like wholesale costs for beanies and stuff. I want to do like Mr. Sir beanies and some of that. Because I promised I would. And yeah, 1 second there, Colby. Give me just a sec. But yeah, I need to set up a proper business for the stream stuff so I can actually like write off investments into stream, such as new camera equipment or whatever, right? Now, granted, I'm pretty set up for my stream equipment at this point, but I'm sure there will be more stuff I want to buy eventually. Probably upgrade my lights at some point or something, you know. Yeah. Do you know the Fiberplane guys? I know one of the people that works there. They've been in this stream before. Super cool. I'm forgetting how to pronounce their name, and I'm forgetting it like exactly anyway. But yeah, super cool. But yeah, basically, you see the goose. Fiberplane made this framework called Honk, which is just a great name. So it's Hono, Drizzle, Neon, and Cloudflare as like a stack to get you up and running quicker. And I was just mentioning that I will probably be using this stack with maybe, instead of Neon, just using D1 directly on Cloudflare. Yeah, super smart folks. Exactly. Yeah. So yeah, I'm looking forward to like showcasing their stuff a bit. I may even reach out to them to do like some sponsored content for like wiring up to Fiberplane. Just cause, you know. But regardless, I'm going to use use their scaffolding anyway. Yeah, it's just so lightweight, and the fact that it runs in Cloudflare. Like, getting stuff to run quickly and easily in Cloudflare is actually, like, kind of an issue. Especially on, like, the free tier. Honk if you need some honking data, like right now. But yeah, because Cloudflare also has their like accelerator. So I basically have a project. I think it's that. It's not the startup program, it's the Launchpad. Cloudflare Workers Launchpad. Yeah, so it's exactly what CodeDrift is saying here on Twitch, Pranav. Cloudflare's workers are not quite Node.js, which means you can't get every single thing you would expect from a Node.js API, right? Right? They're using like V8 isolates or whatever with like a node compatibility layer. I'm pretty sure. I could be off on that. But yeah, my goal is to maybe like I have another project I'm going to do. Apply by February 28th. So yeah, if I can get Waltr going, right? I will be dog fooding Waltr into the next thing I work on, that it will be like fully like Cloudflare based, and I will apply to this funding program for that project while I'm still dog fooding Waltr, you know. And so yeah, back to your question, Colby. Sorry to keep you waiting. The basic idea is with Waltr, I do think it is something that would benefit from VC funding. I mean, every software as a service needs balance management or quota management. So I think like the TAM for it is huge. The key would be scaling up quick enough that, you know, you can get in with as many startups as you can as quick as possible. And then if you're part of their core, they don't need to migrate off you until way later, if ever, right? But yeah, in what situations would I open source my product? Yeah, like if there's like there's some like public open source, I think like OSS Ventures. I think that's their name. Yeah, OSS Ventures. If they were interested at all in investing in the startup, I would happily like open source on that contingency. So yeah, that's basically it. Wait, hold on. This isn't the one. That's OSS Ventures. This is like operations. Nope, this is the wrong one. That's the wrong OSS Ventures. OSS Capital? It's OSS Capital. I get them mixed up all the time. Sorry. So yeah, OSS Capital. If they were considering an investment, I would happily open source what I'm doing. I believe they are the ones that convinced Remix to open source. I mean, OSS is just, you know, it's a fairly generic term. So then capital versus ventures. Okay, all right. But yeah, OSS Ventures, right? Cal.com, we just looked at. Remix, we definitely heard of. Blue Sky, like all these things that are like really cool open source projects. Right? Data stacks, like, yeah, a lot of this stuff I would heavily consider. Documenso, I think that is brilliant. Yeah. I want Documenso to really like take all of God, what's the thing? DocuSign? Yeah, Documenso should take all of DocuSign's business, in my opinion. Because no one cares about Adobe. So, bold start. Sneak. Superhuman. Dude, those are some big ones. But they try to be real early, right? Right, and here's the thing. They invest in a lot of stuff. Not everything is a winner. Live blocks, I think, is interesting and cool. Oh, they've got a bug on their website. Do you think it's meant to like hide the logo when you mouse over? I don't think it's meant to hide the logo when you mouse over. Maybe it is. I don't know. But yeah, live blocks seems cool. I think I remember reading that that's part of why what was it? Party Town? No, not Party Town. What's the thing that Sunil Pai did? Party Kit. So yeah, Party Kit. I'm pretty sure Party Kit ended up like, yeah, they hired a bunch of people and then they didn't. Like, yeah, they hired two really smart people and then laid them off like a month or two later. Pretty sure because Party Kit was directly competing with companies like LiveBlocks and a couple others, and it gets tricky, right? And I think Sunil Pai getting acquired by Cloudflare was more of a like talent acquisition than anything. And now I see it. Yeah, yeah, I get it. There's descriptions there that they were supposed to show. Okay, so it's not a bug. It's just some of these things could use some data. And I just so happened to mouse over, you know, the ones that didn't. Oh, Dilibso. So wait, Bold Start. Code Drift. Was Bold Start the company managing that space that we were at for the Wasm meetup? Or was that a different company that managed that space? Right? Because that wasn't like the Dilib. Oh, that was Pebblebed. Pebblebed. Right, right, right. Okay. But yeah, Bold Start probably like led the round or something, and then Pebblebed was in on it or whatever. Mintlify. Mintlify is like the big one. Hold on, there was another one maybe that I might still have the link for. Oh, LibLab is for SDKs. I thought there was another I was looking at too. Nah, I think Mintlify is the big one. I know there's at least one other. Yeah, yeah, we're going off on all sorts of tangents. Yeah, yeah, no, that's fine. That's what streaming is. A set of managed tangents. Okay, so led by Felicis, and then Bold Start, Pebblebed, and Crew Capital. Okay. Yeah, honestly, that's something I might do. Just look at a bunch of the companies I really like Dilibso, and just see who they got funded by. I think that might be part of my strategy for like who to approach. I may go through and like try a couple like VCs that I don't even expect. Yeah, yeah, better yet ask Steve, of course. Um, but yeah, I may like try and get into just some random ones here in Seattle just to like get the process. Yeah, no, that would be really good. Yeah, I should definitely like ask him. That would be really cool. Yeah, I need to go through some like throwaway like pitches. And not necessarily throwaway, like I don't know. Getting funded would be getting funded. But yeah, I'll probably like try and go through like the hardest ones to get funded by first, just cuz. So yeah, Madrona, some of those, right? Like what's like the really big one? We just saw them the other day. They're the one that had like Zuck as a person too. Yeah, see, I don't know if I actually want to do the friendly face pitch. I want to go through like I want to do the hardest pitch. Yeah, Seed is Seed the one that's like Zuck is on the board and all that. But yeah, they would be able to like really poke holes in what you're doing. And real quick, Roshan had a question. Random idea. Dynamically changing thumbnail of YouTube video by prompt given by most liked comment. People can also buy crypto token to buy up to 25% of thumbnail for an hour. See, that seems kind of smart. Selling like space in a thumbnail? That sounds like the business. The crypto token part I don't think matters. Right? I would say concentrate on real money first. But yeah, I mean, that sounds like an interesting idea. Like, yeah, a platform to manage sponsoring people's like thumbnails. Yeah, Roshan, that's not a bad idea. I think it's kind of smart. You would have to do a disclosure of it in the description. So you would need like write permissions to the person's account and like to be able to change their thumbnail and all that. But yeah, like you don't even need to do like the generation part just to get the logo in there somewhere. Right? Part of what you would end up doing is like convince the user to like put a section of the thumbnail that they would like a logo to go over. And then yeah, you just have a blurb at the bottom of their description saying thumbnail sponsorship by blah blah blah. Right? But for like a limited time. I think the limited time thing is trickier. But you could actually get like micro, like you could do like spot pricing based on it. Like, yeah, do you want it when the video goes live? Or do you want to do it just later on down the road? Things like that. The hardest part would actually be getting a bunch of the metrics you would need from YouTube. So you'd have to get permissions from the users to get like the viewership metrics that you could then use and get those viewership metrics into like a spot pricing kind of algorithm. That could be worthwhile, I think. It's not a bad idea, Roshan, but it's not going to be easy. Like to do it like the right way. And what I just described with the spot pricing and some of that other stuff might not be part of your MVP. Right? So it's up to you. Like I think it's a great idea. I think it's up to you to figure out what your MVP is and launch that first. And then start talking to actual customers and see if the spot pricing thing is actually like the right way to do it. Yeah, I don't know. Again, might not be a good business, but it does sound interesting. Selling ad inventory via on-screen QR code? Like within the video. I think that's trickier because you wouldn't have the person's name or anything. Yeah, so Code Drift. I don't know if you saw Algora was doing something kind of like that. I don't know if they have pushed anything recently like along that, but yeah, they were doing like a banner ad QR code thing at the bottom of my stream for a while. I turned it off after a bit. Yeah. So, yeah, I would say Algora is positioned to maybe make that happen better if they think it's a legitimate business worth their time. Doable still. But okay, so yeah, that was a whole bunch of tangents all in a row. But very good discussion. All started from someone asking about the goose, which is funny. Yeah, Honk's just a great name. I like it. It's good branding. All right, so our token's expired. We'll have to fix that here in a second. Okay, so account here is actually not what we're looking for. Canada gooses are majestic. Seeing whose config is least painful? Hell yeah. For sure, Cudrift. All right, so account here. Business ID and min balance, max balance are the things that we would put separately. So then this ends up being sortable, filterable params, and that there we go. So then, yeah, we're not going to have min balance, max balance on accounts. So we clean that up a bit. The rest looks good to me. Yep, business ID has to be passed that way. Cool. That was the end of that album. Let's get another. And I think Synthwave belongs in a museum. And yeah, Roshan. Yeah, that makes sense. You need a job, hopefully. Hopefully someone likes the project and they hire you, right? Yeah, I think demonstrating how to build a project like that would be pretty good, but you could probably focus smaller. So I would say, Roshan, my biggest recommendation to you is take that idea and just put it in a list. Because you come up with ideas all the time, right? Sure, start building some stuff. My guess is, as you're building out at least one thing, you'll discover other projects that might be even smaller scope. So I would say try and concentrate on like smaller scopes for getting your first project, like for getting your first job. You don't need to build out, an entire like B2B software as a service for your portfolio for a first job. And maybe it's not your first, but just saying. And yeah, four wheel, Mr. Sir. Thanks for the sub, dude. All right, so this one would be min balance, max balance. Yeah. Yeah, so I like that data fetching. So now it is get balance accounts. Right, and balance service. I think we're actually going to even query account service. Yep, so that part is going to get commented similarly. And yeah, four wheel. Things mellowing out a bit for you. No, I'm sorry. Okay. No, that's good then. Just making sure I do this right. Okay, yeah. So here's what I want to do. Ah, nice. That's good. What number are you at? $244. Nice. Yeah, chaotic. You hit 300 by now, right? So it's just like 2 more months and you're there, huh? For like the full year. Ah, you're so close. Okay. So a week away from the 300. Oh, you're like 50 ahead exactly of four wheel. Got it. Yeah, that's hate. That's crazy. Like, so cool. Thank you guys. All right, so let's do another login. So you feel like the biggest issue you have would be like doing all this from scratch. You'd be so lost. Guess you got to start small and build up from there. I mean, yeah, even like the smallest app that has auth, is good practice. Like Githium. Right? Githium is a, pretty small scoped project, right? Like especially the stuff that's like login based. But it still needed it. So yeah, build small apps that require, some of the things that larger apps would need. Keep flexing those muscles and eventually it becomes second nature. All right, let me do the two factor. Click into accounts. No accounts found. All right, so I messed something up in the naming of this stuff. I know, right? Interesting. So we see that coming through. We see the balance value. Yep, we got a lot that are negative. We got some at 0. So yeah, like the way I'm seeding the database, people are either negative or at 0, which is fun. We are doing dot items here. And that's our problem. That's our problem. So hold on. Here we do JSON accounts total dot count. We do accounts and total. This has just got to be old at this point. Oh, hold on. We're doing the dot item stuff in here. Right. Meanwhile, if we go to accounts, right, fetched accounts, yeah. So that's the problem. Okay. Yeah, okay. So I messed those up. They were slightly inconsistent. So now if we go back to balances, right? Game currency, accounts, present them. Cool. And then now we just want to create a balances column. Present them. And yeah, what's up, my secure gift? How you doing? So here's the tricky part. Because of how we're doing the account balance logic and because it could be like lazily created, yeah, maybe the lazy create is actually a bad move. Because I'm querying by accounts, I'm not going to be able to sort and filter by balance if I'm doing the lazy create. Hmm. See, I think I have to abandon the lazy creation, which then means hmm. The main reason I want to do this is like like put ourselves in the shoes of a company adopting this, right? Like, you know, maybe they migrate over all of the accounts they currently have. And then you go, after those have been migrated, you create a new balance or a new quota. You would then want to like set a zero value for all of the existing accounts. Or at least like ones that don't have the value. I don't see why that. Yeah, no. You would just have to go iterate every single account and give them an account balance for that balance ID. And then when we create a new account, we have to loop through all of the balances for a business and create an account balance for each of those. But that's not so bad. Like we could, yeah. So yeah, I was hoping to not have to do some of this logic in my endpoints of like fetching all the balances and creating an account balance for that. What we can do is, as a user, right? Or like not as a user. You as a business, you create a new account through our API, and we need to go through and loop through all of the quotas and balances that you have, which is probably never going to be more than like 10, maybe 20 for like the craziest business. I expect most, like the common case is going to be 1 or 2, which then is really easy. We create an account balance for them when you create a new account. The key is, what if you have a lot of accounts and you introduce a new balance or quota? In doing that, we don't want to have to do like, you make a request to create a new balance. We go loop through potentially 100,000 users, right? I'm just throwing out numbers here. We don't want to make that request wait for that. We can make that part be asynchronous, and we can fan that out via our queue. And at that point, yeah, like we'll probably bill people based upon, right? We're going to be doing our billing based upon like monthly active users, I think. And at the point where you have like 100,000 users and your monthly active is going to be smaller, still like you're probably at a business case where we're making money off of you, because like with 100,000 users, your monthly active users is going to be high enough that we're at least collecting money from you, theoretically, right? So then we can offset the cost of what like fanning that out would cost us invocation wise. Because again, if we think about it, right, let's go look at dynamo pricing again. If I could type. And yeah, we'll do on-demand pricing. So then, yes, it'll cost us. And hold on, what is a request unit? Is one write request up to 1K. So we would pay 62 cents for that, and it would be like part of the million, so we're good there, right? So with 100,000 users, it would cost us less, right? Like 6 cents, which is not bad. And then Lambda pricing. So then for that, it's 20 cents per million requests. Right? Divide, right? You're looking at 8 cents. And then if we consider SQS pricing. So then 4 cents on top of that. So a company with 100,000 users would cost me around 12 cents. If they wanted to add a new balance to an existing set of 100,000 users. That's not even going to be the common case, I think. But it is possible. So yeah, I may even want to like set, like instead of just monthly active users, I may also want to set like a total users value. And then like those things would opt you out of the free tier. Lambda cold starts for the lambdas in serial. Well, I mean, once I've fanned it out to SQS, I don't care about the cold start time. Like the SQS part makes me not care about the cold starts, basically. As far as like endpoints, like, yeah, each endpoint is its own lambda, which means that I am getting around like the concurrency. I forget, someone told me a number, like you can only have so many thousand concurrent like instances of one lambda. So a lambda per endpoint gets around that like concurrency limit. But it does mean that we have more cold starts throughout like the entire API. I think that's a trade-off that Architect made consciously, but isn't like immediately, like obvious. So I don't know. Yeah, interesting. But Doruk, thank you for the Prime sub. Appreciate you. And Fonzie RS, thank you for the follow. Welcome. Let me get more music going. And I do need to use the restroom. And yeah, again, responding back, I can't think of anything better than Mintlify for doing what you were talking about there, Code Drift. Technically, you could consider scaffolding a system where you're like letting code build out your OpenAPI spec, and then your OpenAPI spec gets like manually built, or not manually, but gets built into your documentation. So yeah, I don't know if I've shown you how I do this, but most of what you see in here just comes from my source code. So yeah, getting a process to at least like make this stuff easier. They like your docs people would still need to be able to navigate your code base to fill in where this data comes from, right? So they would still have to be aware of like the structure of your code base, but they wouldn't need to know like the code itself. So yeah, basically, let me show you a quick example, right? So this route decorator, right? At runtime, this is a no-op. It doesn't do anything. It just runs the function. But at build time, I go through and I comb all of my endpoints, grab these route decorators, and then I go grab these things like the response, or for some other endpoints, maybe the request. Right, so like post account request, and then we go to somewhere like my shared stuff, where we can look at request types. And here, right, as in like posting a balance transaction, this is where that like description value that you were seeing comes from. So yeah, like I'm doing an interface to generate my OpenAPI schema, right, which then is going to be over here in schemas. And these schemas are just Zod validators, right? So I can do some like metadata stuff for like generating my validators as well. But I treat the request types as a source of truth, and this value then goes and like helps me generate my OpenAPI schema for this, and then give you like that fancy description value here, or per prop, etc. So yeah, I've got like a giant like process for building out these docs in a way that like the docs are always in sync with my OpenAPI spec. And then I use a thing called Dread, right? Like Dread as in Dread, Judge Dread. That validates that my OpenAPI spec is actually in sync with my database via integration tests. So from there, if I make a backend change, I'm reasonably assured that my docs are in sync, right? I've paused on some of that because we've done so much refactoring and I haven't actually done that validation step lately. And I haven't published to these docs in a long time either. But basically, it should just be like a one-click deploy kind of thing once I get my integration tests finished. And then we know that my docs are in sync with my OpenAPI spec. We know that my OpenAPI spec is in sync with my database, which then means I can use something like OpenAPI Generator to generate SDKs, and I know that they're going to actually work. So if you are concerned about the SDK side, this is something that I don't know if Mintlify does the SDKs, but you might check out LibLab. And then there's always OpenAPI Generator. And then there was one that recently like folded that might be worth looking at too. And we saw this because like the person who made it basically was like, I'm quitting. But they left a good hold on, let me figure out which. It's one of these. Yeah, his startup failed. We go to the top, and what one was it? It was config. Okay, so Speakeasy was another one. Yes, I even applied to Speakeasy at one point. So then, yeah, check out config. The thing about config is that it's like fully open sourced now. So this is no longer like a business that you can even sign up for. So yeah, there's a couple things out there. I would say, for the most part, this is basically just a glorified wrapper around OpenAPI Generator. So something like LibLab or Speakeasy might be better. I think Stainless was another one that we saw on the list as well. But this one was aiming to solve like the publish SDKs, docs, demos, and tutorials, right? So this was trying to do like the whole kit and caboodle, but they ceased operations. But all of their stuff is open source now. So do they have a link to their open source on here? They don't. So yeah, you know, I've got a very specific homegrown solution I built. Config seems like it was trying to do exactly like I was doing, right? Like OpenAPI Generator and all that. I don't know if Dread was what they were like looking at, but I don't know. There's a whole bunch of stuff for you to consider. So yeah, LibLab, Stainless, Speakeasy, config, all kind of like in the same basic space. Whereas I feel like, does Mintlify do SDKs or are they just docs? Looks like they do SDKs too. So yeah, or maybe this is just docs for the SDKs. I don't know. Not sure. I haven't used Mintlify. But again, like I built my own like homegrown solution because it was just kind of fun to build. Like the way I built it is a bit of a Rube Goldberg, you know, machine, but whatever. Gotcha. Yeah, so it may be trickier for you, but just wanted to make sure. You asked about it earlier, and tangents upon tangents, but wanted to make sure that I at least like resolved that thread in my brain so it wasn't hanging. But yeah, let me go use the restroom real quick. And, it could be beverage time. Want to pace a little bit because I got some editing and stuff to do, but yeah. Grabbed some Elijah Craig from the store today as a switch up from Woodford, just for fun. But yeah. And Drink Global. I'm working on it here, man. Drink globally, but pour locally. Right? That's the thing. Dance party during the pee break. Yeah, we should definitely make sure people know that they can make me dance while I'm on the pee break. All right, CMG dance is the emote. All right, give me just a sec, actually. Forgot the soda. Yeah, someone do a CMG dance for me real quick. All one word like an emote. Think local, drink global. There you go. Drink global, pour local. There you go. Yeah, there's the CMG dance. So yeah, whenever I get up and pee, if you guys want to do a dance party, there's those emotes you just did. There's also, CMG dance, and then there's also the Primogen. So yeah, any of those I think would be perfectly acceptable dancing emotes whenever I get up to use the restroom. I know, right? But yeah, Drink Global. I'm guessing your comment is basically just like the 90s like catchphrase or whatever. But in my head, you're making a Biodome reference. I'd be even more stoked if you confirmed that it's actually a Biodome reference. Probably not, but I can dream. Ooh, and the Elijah Craig is good in Coca-Cola. Ooh. Ooh. It's like really sweet. And yeah, real quick, hold on. It's been a while. I feel like a lot of the people who were aware of it haven't been chatting as much lately. But mods, you can do this. You can do a timeout, gripping, and chill for 1 second. This is a secret message that only mods can see. So yeah, it's kind of fun. Like Twitch doesn't have like a mod only chat. They used to have chat rooms that basically just didn't get used. But this is our own special way of communicating. It's pretty nice. Just figured I'd let all the mods know. But okay, so back to what we're building out here. Discord DMs. What fun is that? All right, so 1 second. You're actually supporting scientists who want to become entrepreneurs to raise money to fund their startups by selling through VCs, etc. And sometimes it means going global while solving local problems. Okay. No, I like that. So it is a Biodome reference. I'm kidding. Sorry, bad joke. That was about science. Like, come on. What, do you think you're some kind of rocket scientist or something? Well, yeah. I can quote way too much of that movie. If you had said that it actually was a Biodome reference, I would have said free the mahi mahi. Free the mahi mahi. But yeah, so this is what I'm getting at. We'll do this part. Oh, it's a good fun movie, right? Like, Pauly Shore did a bunch of stinkers, but he also, I don't know, like, as long as you're going into it knowing what you're going to get out of it, you're good, right? You're not expecting Oscar-worthy acting or anything. You're just expecting a good, like, turn your brain off and laugh at some stuff kind of movie. To that effect, man, Pauly Shore had a bunch of, like, really good ones. Encino Man, even though he's a side character. What's the one? Son-in-Law. In the Army Now. Jury Duty. And Biodome. All great films, in my opinion. Like, great for mindless, like, just, you know, turn your brain off kind of movies. Right? It's the same reason you'd go and see, like, the average Adam Sandler film. And then Adam Sandler at least has the acting chops to do stuff like Uncut Gems or Punch Drunk Love. Pauly Shore didn't. Yeah, In the Army Now is one that I'm really like hoping to see on a streaming platform here eventually. I haven't seen that one make it there. Biodome's on there all the time. I don't get it. I'm guessing it's because of Andy Dick. What's it? News radio is good despite Andy Dick being in it. But yeah, so created at here, this becomes balance. This becomes balance ID. Oh, that is not balance ID. And yeah, I'm still questioning like how we want to do the data structure, because in this like sorting and filtering that we can go and look at right here, right, we got the balance value. The problem is that we probably don't want to query based on the created date of the account balance. Like, I don't know why that would be important, but we would want to query based upon the account. In this list, though, we would probably want to sort and filter and search by name or account ID, or maybe even the create. Like, I don't think created date matters on this page. We'll leave it for now. But you'd still want to, like, maybe search by the person's name, like, to see what their specific balance is here. I really do feel like if you're going to be looking that up, you could just go, if you're going to search by their name, you're better off doing it through the accounts page. And then on their individual account, which is probably broken right now. Totally broken right now. Oh, God. Yikes. On that page, you would see their individual balances and all that. So maybe on balances, details, accounts, do we care about the name or the created date? Not really. We just care about the account ID and the balance. Hmm. I don't think it fixes the problem of us needing to create the account balance when a new account is made or when a new balance is made. So we still got to do that one so that we can like actually sort and filter by balances. I think a big thing is I don't need to make it the perfect experience right now. I just need to make it work. And I think the make it work case is we get rid of created and name as columns on this page, and then it's just the account ID and the balance, and then you're good. At which point you would then go view details. Yeah, okay. All right, so I want to keep this in my notes on what our like general plan is for the short term, right? Create account balance when creating an account, creating a balance, or creating a quota. Oh, and these are API concerns. Before we get to that, right, refactor right? So our first step for kind of what we just discussed is I want to do this part. And that part's actually kind of easy. And then we can, you know, continue with the front end part. This part, that can happen another day. Right? Because I guarantee we're not going to get to this part today, considering these parts and some of the other pages we want to build. So then, right, we need to create a page for account balances and account quotas. Create pages. So that's where this would individually link to, right? This like view details would link not to right? Like accounts/0, like the account overview page. This would link to accounts/account ID/balance/balance ID, right? And then we would just have like their transactions for that user on that page, right? Transactions, payments, etc. Yeah. And yeah, again, a big part of why I think this business is viable is because these are all decisions that someone would have to make on their own, like how they want to like view their reporting data and like get access to all this stuff. To build out this dashboard even at especially like an enterprise company, you're looking at 6 months easily. For a startup, yeah, they could probably knock it out in a couple weeks with one dev like focused only on it. So yeah, again, I need to start actually like running the numbers on how much that would cost in developer time if you actually like turn that into dollars. For one developer, let's say it would take them 3 weeks. That's 1.5 paychecks. For a founding engineer at, let's say, Silicon Valley rates of 150K, you're probably looking at around, I want to say 6 grand. Right? It would cost you 6 grand up front before you're like even doing the stuff you care about at a startup. Meanwhile, you could pay for our service and integrate it, and that 6 grand probably wouldn't even be paid until multiple years, and only if you grow. Yeah. All right. So yeah, I think the dollar economics of it still makes sense. And this would be part of like the sales pitch on the page, right? Like on some specific landing page. Yeah, I think it's a good value prop, personally. Yep. You can get by with less, and many startups do, where, yeah, this data is something that someone has to just go into like a Tableau and finally craft their SQL queries for, for like this type of reporting and dashboard stuff. But that doesn't even get into, like, this is just the dashboard that we were talking about there. That doesn't even talk about like building out these systems and the scalability of it on the back end side of things. So yeah, I think the value prop is pretty high. I'm just brainstorming, like thinking out loud. I think for the most part, when doing a startup, you have to have the confidence that you can do it, but you also have to like doubt yourself at every step too. So yeah, this is me just like double questioning, like, well, hold on. How much would it really cost someone to build this themselves? In hours, you have to equate hours to a dollar value. For an indie hacker, their time is worth basically nothing, right? But for a startup or for an enterprise, their time is worth way more. So yeah, indie hackers are probably the smallest part of like what I should do my marketing towards. At this point, I would actually put game developers above indie hackers as far as like what I should focus on. Because even then, game developers are not web developers. So like their time spent building out a system like this would be even more expensive because it would take longer. So even indie game developers would be a really good target market. Yeah, all right. I'm just thinking out loud. Let me get more music going. When I just realized that $6,000 value I mentioned was take home, not like business out of pocket. Business out of pocket's probably closer to like 9 or 10 grand. Okay. Yeah, I think that it's also good for me to like think about this because it will determine like how much I should probably be charging. Yeah. Okay. And yeah, how's everyone's Monday doing? Are you guys still basically on vacation? I know a lot of people are basically on vacation till after New Year. You go back to work on Thursday. Ooh. Good luck. Nah, it'll be fine. It'll be fine. At least they're not making you do it Wednesday. Right? Like, could you imagine? You go out, do your New Year's Eve partying, and then you got to go back to work after a long break on that following day. So yeah, whatever company you're working for is smart. Good job. Or maybe that was just like the time you booked off, but still, you were smart for doing so then. But yeah, you have a half Monday. You got to go see an orthopedic doctor for your shoulder. Oh yeah, dude, no worries, man. Yeah, yeah, yeah. It's one of those things where like it's really easy to assume people know about this stuff. So I even questioned if I should mention it, but yeah, I'm glad you guys got accepted. That's cool, man. Yeah, pretty much all of the big companies have that. There's also Cloudflare startup program. They don't really like. Okay, yeah. Here's the terms. Yeah, there's a bunch of companies that do like a startup thing. I've been trying to convince GitKraken to do that for a long time. The criteria for AWS. So they've got accelerators. That's not what we're looking for. Here we go. Credits. AWS Activate is what they call it. So yeah, their criteria: self-funded or pre-Series B, fully functioning website, founded within the past 10 years. So that's just for the 1,000. If you want to get up to the 100K, well then, yeah, you need an existing Activate provider, blah, blah, blah. I don't know. But yeah, this is the page you're probably looking for. So yeah, basically the main one is like self-funded pre-Series B. Founded in the past 10 years. Yeah, pretty basic actually. So Azure actually gives you a better deal on credits or whatever, but the cost of migration would eat that up pretty quick. So yeah, that makes sense. Oh, okay. So hold on. Activate portfolio. You have to be basically funded by one of these companies. So the 100K might be tougher. Right, right. So yeah, utmost, you may not be satisfying this criteria. Yeah, exactly. That makes sense. So, I mean, still a free 1,000 credits. That's cool. It's still pretty cool. Yeah, they did mention that it's actually thousands of accelerators, angel investors, VC firms, and startup enabling organizations. So, yeah, I don't think you're limited to just these 6. These are just the featured ones. So, I don't know. You may reach out to your, if you have founders, or not founders, sorry, like angel investors or anything, they might be worth reaching out to too. But yeah, most of the cloud providers have some kind of thing, you know? Yeah, I mean, that would be worth checking out. That would be part of your interview process for the accelerator. Right? Check out a smaller one and just, hey, are you an AWS Activate provider? That might be part of your selection criteria if you want to get that 100 grand. Something to consider. Even just an angel investor, right? That could be a part of well, yeah, is it worth taking their money? You know, term sheet's important, but also, they got an organization ID you can use? And what up, Matt Bird's Quest? How you doing? Yeah, our software as a service is going well. Man, I just gotta say, I am pretty pumped on these Get Kraken socks. Like, I should probably figure out how to do some Mr. Sir socks, right? It's just sockclub.com, basically. About to run out for a meeting? No worries. Yeah. Thank you for stopping by. And you stay classy, San Diego. But thanks for stopping by. Stay classy. Sorry. Stay sassy. Ooh. You stay sassy, CM Griffing stream. Yeah, sassafras. Is that the root that's in a lot of root beers? Like, I know that's in like a sarsaparilla, right? Yep. Oh, it used to, oh, sassafras is a carcinogen now? I did not know that. Sioux City sarsaparilla? That's a good one. Now it's just done with caramel flavoring? Lame. Oh. So yeah, too much black pepper or anise? I knew it. Oh, anise. Yeah, that's why Jägermeister's cancer. Because of the anise. It's also why Fireball is cancer. Because of the cinnamon. All right. Note to self, learn something new every day. But anyway, yeah, am I just putting off doing some of this stuff? Yeah, a little bit. A little bit. We got this. I know, right? No worries about Bird's Quest. Like, honestly, I become productive as I see fit. The chatting doesn't stop it. So don't worry about it. Like, you can hang out. But maybe you're running because you want to be productive. So I get it. I will just say, I make great background noise while you're actually doing stuff. I really do. I know. I'm just having fun. Enjoy your meeting, wink. Like that's even possible as a sentence. Well, that sounds like a great meeting then. Cheers to you, Tink. All right, so yeah, let's do this first step. refactor our account balances get all to only query account balances. Wish I'd thought of that before doing all of this work on these endpoints, but you know what? It's not a big deal. It actually simplifies things quite a bit. However, it means we're going to need to create some like other sort indexes. Hold on, let me double check Dynamo's pricing again. So yeah, SQS, that part basically free. Dynamo, not free. First 25 gigs are free though. Like, holy shit, dude, that's so much data. So yeah. Yeah, I think we'll be totally fine. Like, dude, hopefully this will be like a major case study for what running an actual business on this stack actually costs. Or you'll see me on stream refactoring a bunch of stuff to live on a Lambda. Or not a Lambda, like an EC2 or Hetzner or some bullshit. I do think at some point I am going to want to partition data in a way that we send all of our Dynamo data over to SQL, and then that allows us to do like Tableau style data querying. That might totally be worth it. The data might be somewhat out of date, but just, yeah, doing some type of like population of data into Tableau via like a SQL intermediary might make sense. But that is like so long term, like we won't need that for ages, if ever. And even then, getting that into EC2 might not be necessary if I end up doing it as S3 data. And then we just, yeah, Tableau through S3 select. That's actually the move, because I doubt we'll need like the current day in something like Tableau, right? I'm not going to dig too deep, but it does seem like, yeah, Tableau would support Parquet files, right? I don't know much about Parquet, but that's probably the structure we'd want it in. Pretty sure CSV we could also do like S3 select on. So yeah, at some point we would have like a daily process of extracting what we have in Dynamo out to S3 for archival stuff, and then we could just do like the Tableau Parquet stuff. Okay. Yeah, I like it. But all that is like a nice to have. If we never get any users, we never need to do that part. Okay. So we should look at our indexes, right? Here in accounts, what we would care about for this, hold on, let's look at our other keys. So it's not data keys, though we could actually look at this to figure it out. So what I'm looking at here is I'm trying to think about like the index or indexes, I guess indices, that we would have to create for querying the account balances. And if we go look at accounts, right? For accounts, we're doing business ID. I just need to start building this out and we'll see. Yeah, our get all logic, I think, just wants like a single ID. So yeah, at this point, the key that we would want to query account balances by would be just the balance ID. Now hold on, am I tracking? Yeah, prefix IDs with entity name or abbreviation. Yeah, so I'm going to want to do that here soon. And that'll make a lot of this like just, is there ever going to be a collision? Not with the values that we've set, but realistically, if we add a prefix, then there's guaranteed to be no collisions. So we should just do that. Yeah, okay. Hold on, let me double check some stuff. Right, yeah. So right, sort key is account ID there if not passed. I'm wondering if there's a case where we ever pass a different key. Oh, and yeah. Okay. So the key is like the top level thing. And we can do that based upon the business ID and the balance ID. So we don't have to make that specific. The sort key is simply the thing that we want to actually sort by. Yeah, I was mixing that up. So if we're looking at this page, it would just be balance, right? So then looking back at here, right? The tertiary key is the thing these are all grouped by all the time anyway, and that's fine. Because account is tied to a business, that is what the tertiary key is, and we're okay with that. But the thing that we actually want to order them by is the sort key, and that is the value that we would be sorting and filtering by. Not filtering, but sorting by. Okay. And balance is not going to be something that we have. So yeah, let's just do this in balances dot arc. So then this is account balance. What if we do created at? Yeah. Still going to be tertiary key. Yep. Right? Because business ID and balance ID are fundamentally like the key, actually. So we stay with tertiary as the core thing, and then we do created at. Sure. So then we call that good. So now if we go back to the endpoint we were looking at, account ID is our default value. Ah, shit. But okay, hold on. Yeah, we end up needing to have an index for that. And this is account balance right there. And yeah, created at is a bit redundant because that's our default sort key anyway. So even over here in accounts, we may be able to cut out like a sort key per like entity that we want to sort and filter by. Like at least one, and I said sort key, I meant table index. That could eventually save us some money, but yeah, I still think it'll be a while before we end up feeling the hurt of too many indexes on our data. So hopefully we're either profitable or we're funded by that point. Hopefully both. Thank you for the lurk there to the sky. So then, yeah, instead of accounts key map, this is account balances key map. Oh, and this is business ID. Oh, balance ID. And yeah, what's up? Feeling good. Oh, and sorry, I just saw your question. Yeah, what is a SaaS? It is a software as a service. I'm building a thing so that other software as a service, like, projects or services or whatever you want to call them, are able to track quota usage or billing usage. So for something like Vercel, they track bandwidth or the amount of requests or things like that. What I'm trying to do is build out infrastructure to where if you want to launch your own Vercel competitor, you can concentrate on the part that actually makes your business different rather than, part of basically what is your billing infrastructure. That's back when I was using a Woodford Reserve jug as my water jug. I now have a pitcher. But yeah, those were good times. I forgot all about that. Yeah. Nice. All right, so continuing along, I think I like what we got here. These values are going to change, though. That's the goal. Be a whole lot cooler if it did. Beanies as a service. Not a bad idea. Four wheel, I mean, I am planning on doing some Mr. Sir beanies. I want to wait till the new year just to not deal with like the weird tax implications of it, but I plan on incorporating or at least doing a sole proprietorship for my stream stuff. That way, tax wise, I can write off investments into streaming, such as, when I buy new equipment or gear or whatever. Like, who knows? Maybe I upgrade to a Blackmagic camera for stream at some point. I would like to be able to write that off towards the money I make from Twitch, which is around $6,000 a year, which is amazing. Like, you guys are the best. Like, thank you. I would say on average, I make around $500 a month. I know, it looks great. Yeah. Camera looks just fine. But I could always move this camera elsewhere and do other stuff. I know, I just need to reboot the streaming computer every so often. Is there a delay right now? Is it like getting glitchy? It seems okay right now. Yeah, it seems fine for now. But yeah, they're begging me for a Windows update, so I better like reboot like tonight. We'll see if I remember. No. Your delay was fine. I was just there's a delay on when I talk versus like when I see it on my stream PC. Like I want to say it's maybe like quarter to a half second. So it's like I don't know if that's on like something you guys see, but for me, there's a slight delay between when I move my mouth and, when I'm actually talking. Or like when my preview here sees it. .31 seconds. Is that normal or is that long? How long have I been working on this project? I started it like 2 years ago, but I haven't been working on it that whole time. So if we take what I did back then and what I've done so far, I'd put it at maybe 4 months. Like I probably did a good 2.5 back then, maybe a little more. I've done like maybe like a month since like picking it back up again. A month and a half. Oh, it is. Yep. So basically, you can even see some of what we got in it at getwaltr.com. So we've got a marketing site, a dashboard, and an API, and a whole bunch of other really cool stuff. Like the SDKs and some of those things. A lot of that work was part of the initial, like 3 months, 2.5 or whatever. And then, yeah, our most recent work has been pivoting it to be a better business than it was originally. Like originally, it was just a single balance for an entire business. As my customers. Now, I recognize that companies might want to have more than one balance or more than one quota. Quotas weren't even part of the initial, design. So yeah, we're currently in the middle of a major pivot. But okay, I do have to get up. I gotta go pee. Give me a second. Be right back. I drank way too much of that tea earlier. Okay, and I'm back. Sorry about that. But yeah, I think this project has legs. I think There's a lot of stuff it could do for other businesses, and I think it could make money. But I'm not making any money from it, right? Yeah, let's do another one of these. I don't know. That part's trickier. That part depends on my ability to convince other people to try it. I expect to be able to start dog fooding it for other projects I want to make within the next... I don't like putting a major number on it, but I'm going to guess within the next month, maybe month and a half. Like, I love deadlines and the whooshing sound they make as they go by. So I try not to give myself deadlines, though. $90 days for profit, maybe? Yeah, I would say like 30 to 45 for getting the MVP like launched and usable by other people. And then 90 days for me to actually like fully dog food it with a product that I could also maybe make money off of. The biggest reason for building this was because I realized I would need it for things I want to build. Like as I want to spin up random startups, etc., this type of thing is something I would need to spin up from scratch for every single one. So at that point, could I give myself a head start on other projects I want to launch? Just need to keep side projects from distracting me. Yeah, and the fun part is, hold on. I actually have a project I kind of want to work on tomorrow for New Year's. So for the project tomorrow that I think I want to let distract myself, I want to try my hand at implementing one of these fireworks implementations into a ghosty shader. So hold on. If you haven't seen, and God, why does this keep going full screen like that? Right? With Ghosty, you can actually add shaders to the Ghosty interface. I kind of want to add a fireworks shader to Ghosty. Like, that'd be really cool. So yeah, like this is something that you can just configure with one line of config by having a shader that you download, right? But they don't have a good fireworks one yet. It'd be kind of fun to do that for a New Year's stream. And I kind of want to do it for a video I want to make about how Ghosty has shaders and what does that mean? How do you set them up? And then what does it look like to take something from Shader Toy and how does that process work? What do you mean 2 streams? Yeah. Like this could easily take me 2 streams to do. I feel like the porting process wouldn't be that bad because if we go look at the shaders, like we'd have to figure out which ones are which. It's not a bad idea, Ray of Hope. I specifically want to make a video about shaders for Ghosty. Like, for YouTube specifically. And to do so, I kind of want to take, right, like look at this shader toy and look at what they've had to do to port it. Right? Like, how much did they have to change in the porting process? That's kind of my goal. Yeah, no worries there, Four Wheel. Yep. Say hi to Naughty Knitter for me. So Ghosty is just a terminal, right? This is Ghosty that you're seeing right here. It's a TTY, right? Terminal interface, right? Interfacing with your shell, right? So Zish or, hey, nice. Right? But like the main idea is it's just another terminal. It's just a thing you can use and navigate your command line with and all that. But it has some neat features and it's pretty fast. I want to make a video about how you can set shaders up. And then to make the video more feature complete, well, yeah, how would you create your own shader? I don't know, man. I don't know, man. So what's special about Ghosty? I don't know. I would say if you're curious, reading Mitchell Hashimoto's explanation for why Ghosty would probably make sense. Right? It's just another terminal. Meh. His goal is a fast startup time, but it's not meant to be like the fastest thing in the world. It's just meant to be a little more performant than some other stuff. And he built it mainly because he wanted to learn Zig. But let me just say, I don't know of any other terminal emulator that allows you to do shaders like this. So already, it's kind of winning. Right? Do you know of any other terminal that allows you to do shaders like this? Do you? Yeah, exactly. So there you go. Oh yeah, I had a great time. No shit, I forgot about that. Man, a product we've been using at work called Sessions is basically dead now. You wrote a script that slowly updates the background image of iTerm every few seconds, but that was light years away from shaders. Yeah, exactly. So, I mean, this is a major feature. I would say if you're a streamer, yeah, make your terminal as fun as possible. Every streamer should be using Ghosty at this point. Sorry. Hold on, let me check one thing real quick. Yeah, yeah. I got a thing I want to maybe like tweet out to work, or not tweet out, but message out to work at some point. Basically, because Sessions is dead, we need to consider another thing we use for like user interviews. The nicest part about Sessions was it was a let me give you a link. You pick when we do the meeting. I give you like I list my availability for that, and it syncs up to my Google Calendar, and you can set up a meeting for us to have like a user interview, and we can use that user interview for like passing feedback to work, etc. So previously, I have used Sessions to do some user interviews with some people here from chat, which was nice. I have since moved over to using cal.com for my own stuff, and Riverside is kind of what I like for the interview part, like recording and all that. Because Riverside is like the highest quality video you can get, theoretically. I'm pretty sure cal.com has their own like video thing as well. I'm not sure that would be a consideration for what we need at GetKraken, and I can't dig too much deeper into what we need, like, you know. I'm not sure what all I can talk about. Did I hear the funny story about the AI meeting note taker recorder? There's like some company that left it running that like doxed like a whole bunch of like important data, right? What company was that though? Like who had the issue happen to them? Yeah, feel free. I play games. Like let us know, like tell us about it. I'm pretty sure I know the story, but I forgot like all the major details. So yeah, feel free to recap it. No worries. Yes, yes. So the gist. Yes, here we go. Yeah. So someone did like an interview or something with the company and then left the meeting, but the two people who were on the meeting stayed in that same meeting because they were just treating it like a remote workspace. And then the recording got sent out to everybody that attended. Yeah, exactly. So that one person that was there for like an interview for 15 minutes or something got the recording of the entire like multi-hour discussion in which like company secrets got leaked, basically, right? Yeah, like gnarly. So, yeah. If you're using Zoom or any of those other tools, do not use your personal room for any of your links, right? Like use an ad hoc room every single time. When the meeting ends, you hop to a different room. That's the key takeaway there. Do you remember which software it was they were using? Was the recording software Superhuman? Yeah, I don't remember exactly like the real like nitty gritty details, but yeah. Otter. Otter is the company. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Otter is the exact company. No, 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 no. No, you're totally right. Yeah, Otter was the company that recorded the entire thing. Yep. Yep. So that's the company. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, good call. I play games. Yep. How long have I been a developer? I'd like to think I've been developing since birth. Not the way you meant it. As a software dev, it's a little tricky. As a professional software dev, that's a little easier, but still a little fuzzy. If we don't count freelancing, let's just call it 10 years. If we do count freelancing, let's call it 14 ish, actually a little longer. And then if we want to count like software in general, like web stuff, I mean, I had a GeoCities page, I had a MySpace. I actually consider myself really lucky that I'm of the generation where a GeoCities page taught me HTML and a MySpace page taught me CSS. I actually consider myself really lucky to have like grown up during that time period. It's like we were funneled into being web devs simply because the technology we had at the time wasn't robust enough to abstract that stuff away from us. Minecraft server plugins. Interesting. Yeah, I feel bad for software devs these days. Like, sure, you can use AI to be more productive, but I do think it gives you less of an insight into how the systems work. To a degree, Alan. Like, no one ever knew exactly what was happening inside of Flash, right? No one ever knew exactly what was happening inside of a Java applet. Yeah, exactly, Alan. Yeah. Oh, and thank you for the /s. I really do appreciate that. Thank you. Right? Like, I kind of assumed that you were joking, but it just makes it so much more obvious. You know the Kappa rule. Man, right? Thank you. Thank you for knowing the Kappa rule without me having to tell you about the Kappa rule. We call it the Kappa rule. It's Poe's law. It's basically without a winking smiley face or any like obvious form of showing that you're joking, it's hard to tell if you're being serious or not. So yeah. Yeah, good old Kappa. So yeah, thanks. And hold on, real quick before I move on too far. How should I pronounce your name? I don't know if I want to say the whole thing, like Imaxinos, but should I say IMAX or Xenos? Is there like a good short version, right? Like short Corbin Dallas. Yes, I'm referencing Fifth Element right now. Is IMAX okay? Axanos. I can say Axanos. Axanos is fine. I can say that. Okay. Doruk, no, you're not banned. We see your messages. Like, did you send anything else earlier? I haven't seen any other messages from you today. I did see your sub, and I said thank you for that. But, yeah, we haven't seen any other messages. Oh, really? I didn't see any. Is it possible that you have an ad blocker going? Oh, and I don't look at whispers. Like, I never see whispers. You have to send me a DM on, like, Discord to even have a chance of me seeing it. And even then, I don't look while I'm on stream. Yeah, Doruk, we see it now. It could be a problem with your ISP. I would put it like more towards, do you have an ad blocker going or something? Because I feel like that's the biggest time I've seen like issues with people like not being able to speak. Oh, VPN would do it, right? So basically, Twitch has a list of like IP addresses that they just don't trust anymore. And yeah, VPNs run into that problem all the time because they reuse IP addresses. So yeah, like your VPN is totally the problem. Like I would bet money on it. And I'm not saying don't use a VPN, but just recognize that people that suck also use VPNs. Not saying you suck, but people that do suck use a VPN. And they ruin it for everyone by basically getting those IP addresses ignore listed. So yeah, no, I get that. I totally understand. Feel free. And then, yeah, ask your question. You know, we're having a good old time. We're basically doing a New Year's party. It's New Year's Eve somewhere in the world. But yeah, Doruk, you are not banned. Yeah, I just saw your PM. So sorry about that. I don't see PMs very quickly. I take the blame for that one. Yeah, it's really about the IP addresses, honestly. If Twitch sees enough toxicity from one specific IP address, they will do some stuff. And I did not know that Discord was banned in Turkey. Interesting. Kind of could have guessed that, though, because it's a way for people to like chat that the government can't monitor nearly as well as they want. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, so what do I think about TRPC? You started developing some sort of interactive quiz app and you're using Expo, React Native, Tamagui, TRPC. TRPC seems really nice. I mean, no, Turkey definitely does have reasons why they want to like control like discussion, etc. Right? Like Erdogan, basically. You know, like I just want to double check that. I don't really want to do a code review thing. If you want to paste it over to the Discord. Yeah, sorry, like Yeah, exactly. I play games. Yeah. I've heard that. Yeah, there's a bunch of stuff around that. But I will say, Doruck, if you want to post it over to the Discord, there is like a coding thing here, like in there, right? Like you can do that. And if you end up over in gaming stream, I am more receptive to take a look at that time, right? I'd like to maybe maintain either the discussion with people or, keep working on what I'm working on. But yeah, as far as like code review type stuff, not something I do on this channel. But if I'm over on gaming and you happen to stop in and I'm just chilling for the moment anyway, I'll happily look. Exactly. Yep. That's a great way of putting that. Yep. Is UI people here? We do full stack here. I do tend to work on UI. Today we did a little bit. We're still working on some of the back end stuff for it though. But we might be at the point where, with what we've done to this endpoint, we might be good. So keep in mind, I am full stack here on stream, but the majority of my career, I've actually been a front end lead. So yes, I am definitely like a UI person, but depending on what we're doing day to day, I'll either be on the front end or doing all sorts of other stuff. So Entra, I mean, full stack is in, I'll totally build out CLI tools. I will do all sorts of like, am I writing assembly? No. Right? At some point, you have to draw a line for what full stack means. Are you building your own processor? Well, then are you actually full stack? Are you building your own complete operating system? Well, then are you actually full stack? At some point, the term full stack isn't going to be good enough for somebody because they define the stack bigger than other people do in general. I'm a full stack dev in the sense that I will happily do Command line tools, I will happily do all sorts of like system scripting, Docker stuff, infrastructure, all that. Yes, and there is one person that would satisfy that definition of full stack. I don't give a shit about any definition that only has one person in it. That's a bad definition at that point. Right? You mentioned that he does his own language compiler, UI, OS microprocessor. Did he do web dev? If not, then I don't think he's actually full stack anyway, because he didn't go high enough level. Did he do any React dev? Is that actually full stack then? I don't think so. Right? That the bullshit sword cuts both ways. Yeah, did you build your own chair? Right? Come on. Did you fabricate your own like CPU case? Come on. At some point, you got to draw the line somewhere. See, so there you go, Entre. He's not even full stack. He's just low level. That's not even full stack. If we want to be really pedantic about what the term full stack means. Instead, I'm just making a joke to prove a point. Yeah, he can be full stack. I can be full stack. We can all be full stack because full stack is a fuzzy term. He agrees with my dad, though. My dad considers the internet ASCII trash. They probably would have gotten along really well. Except that my dad also hated ASCII, which is insane. Everything should have been EBCDIC. Come on. Figure it out. ASCII trash? Yeah. Yeah, we're full of good band names here, Alan. Yep. Oh yeah, I play games. Yeah, I've seen that one. They wanted Kubernetes, they wanted Java, they wanted SQL, they wanted DevOps. Like they wanted every single thing, and that's not a single dev, that's an entire team. Yeah. But here's the thing, if you're looking for a founding engineer for a startup, you're kind of looking for someone who dabbles in all that stuff. That's actually kind of what you're looking for founding engineers. And yeah, there you go, Renegade. So then you wouldn't be able to work at that startup even if you did check all those boxes because they want you to work 80 hours a week. Yeah, if you like the current song, we got a song command as long as my bot isn't crashed, which it could be. Oh, it's still going. Damn, this might be a record. I feel like we haven't had to restart the bot in over a week. There you go, Axenos. That's a solid joke. I like that. But yeah, punch cards for the win. My dad actually did do punch card stuff. My mom also did punch card stuff. They met doing punch card stuff at a courthouse in like Redwood City or something. I believe the process was actually modernizing their punch card system. But yeah, my parents met like working at a courthouse basically in, I believe, Redwood City. Who else here is the reason their parents got married? Hell yeah, Zemdo. Yeah, my parents' anniversary just so happens to be like a month before I was born. Weird. Okay, yours got married 2 months after. Close enough. My parents got married a month before I was born. Oh, really, Exynos? That's gnarly. That's kind of gnarly. Your middle kid was nice enough to be born on your and your wife's anniversary? There you go. So, that makes it so much easier, right? Either you remember both or you remember neither. Yeah, you'll never forget your anniversary, but also you can't really do much because it's their birthday. So like that's a good like get out of jail free card. That's actually amazing. No, that's perfect, David. You're super lucky on that one. Right? Because you get the reminder the day of, and then you get to do the anniversary thing the day after or whatever. That's actually genius. You're lucky. Right? You remember their birthday's coming up, and then, oh shit, I gotta get an anniversary gift. You go shopping for the birthday gift and the anniversary gift on the same day. Boom. Problem solved. Like, that's genius. That's amazing. Yep. Yeah, that sounds about right, David. But yeah, Zemdo. Yeah, how you doing? Welcome. Oh, we've seen you chat here before. 4 years ago. Jeez. My, how time flies. Yeah, welcome. All right, so I think we have this endpoint. And wait, hold on. Have some someone who works with OSs. You're also afraid that it might all crash one day. Actually, scratch that. It would be because of firmware. Wait, hold on. We're so lucky with how modern programming works. Yeah, for sure. I mean, if 4K, if Y2K couldn't bring everything down, we're good. Everything else is just job security. Right? Like, just think about it. That's fine. I get that, four-wheel, but just recognize if something as simple as, yeah, we did years in 2 bytes instead of 4 so we could save some space, you know? If that's not going to be our downfall, nothing will be. Why Y2K38? Yeah, that'll be another one. And it'll be fine. I do think that is one very like obvious case of like, man, engineers have lost their way. Like, oh my god, the stuff we write today never would have flown back then. Motherfucker, we were cutting 2 bytes out of the year just to save on memory space. Why are you romanticizing the software dev of the 80s and 90s? Are you insane? Like, come on, man. Why are you romanticizing the bullshit code that got written back then? It's always been haphazard. It's always been bullshit. Don't think we've somehow gotten worse. No, we're just as bad as we've always been. We just have more ways of doing it now. Hold on. I believe that is tweet-worthy. And when I say tweet-worthy, I mean posting to everywhere. How do we feel about this tweet? People like to romanticize the devs of the past. People just don't care about engineering now. Jesus fucking Christ. There was an entire crisis, Y2K, that had to be averted because 70s and 80s devs couldn't think past the year 1999 because they wanted to save a couple bytes. Software engineering is just as lazy as it's ever been. We just have more ways of doing it now. Banger. All right, thank you. 2038 problem. But yeah, exactly. Should I have been a fucking jerk and tagged Spiro in that one? No. He's a good dude. At least he's passionate. At least he's passionate. Oh, it's going out to LinkedIn. He'll see it somewhere. And then he'll probably rant about it on his stream, which I'm okay with. He's a good dude. I'm just being cheeky. I like Spiro. He's a nice dude. We do disagree on some things, and that's what makes the world actually worth living in. Right? If we all thought the same, boy, shit would suck. Raimu. Right, because those systems were made in the 70s. Yeah, those systems are basically dealing with the Y2K problem, but that part didn't get patched. Because it wasn't identified by some, like, consultant. A lot of airlines are still using software written in the 70s. Oof. Wait, really? Entra? Oh my god. Yeah. I mean, I'm just saying airlines for sure, banks as well. Like, so much of our infrastructure, actually. Power companies on the East Coast. Like, dude, so much. It's kind of crazy. But yeah, the year 2038 is going to be another Y2K problem. And we'll still have people saying, like, why do devs not care anymore? Dude, the devs from 50 years before that problem's a problem also didn't care. Engineering has never been, like, software engineering has never been this thing that you should put up on a pedestal. It's everyone working within the time constraints they're given to deliver software that they're expected to make. It's that easy. Like, it's so simple, actually. It's so simple, right? Why'd you pick 32 bits for your timestamps? Couldn't you have just used more rigorous engineering to know that you should use 64 bits? Come on, man. Exactly, right? No matter what, as devs, we're given a problem to solve and only so much time to solve it in. And no one that is our manager or their manager's manager or their manager's manager's manager gives a shit about what happens in 14 years. Not a single person in that chain. Not a single one. People were still writing 2-year dates in, like, databases and systems in the 90s. Like, dude, it was less than 10 years away and they were still fucking up. So yeah, like, just don't put software engineering up on a pedestal like, oh man, they used to be so much better back then. Haha. No, they weren't. They definitely weren't. We haven't lost our way. We're just as bad as we've always been. So yeah, hold on, hold on. You worked for a company a while back where the devs could literally push a button and activate the brakes on any user vehicle in circulation. It was a fleet management software as a service yet that had anti-theft measures. Oh, so like the OnStar type bullshit. Yeah. Yep. Where like the ignition is deactivated if you don't have the right key, or where they could actually activate the ignition remotely. Right? Like in the fourth Die Hard movie, the one with the PC Mac guy, Justin Long, right? Like in the Justin Long Die Hard movie. Oh my god, my dad's dying, please, like, just turn the car on. You're gonna have a dad someday. Like, he does that whole, like, rant where he's, like, fake acting while he's acting. Right? Like, come on. Yeah, Entrenev. Like, is no one looking 28,000 years into the future? Come on. Figure this shit out already. It's really cool, Alan. Yeah, man. It's really cool, dude. Oh, Renegade, like relative time once someone's in space? Interesting. Yeah. And man, that's not a problem I want to deal with. I'm good. No, thank you. Luckily, I don't have to. Woo. Ugh, thank God. Yeah, what was it? There's like some meme like born too late to go to the moon, but born too early to go to Mars or something like that. That's actually like, no, we live in the best time as a software dev. We're good. Born just in the right time to not have to worry about either of those things. You know, like technically. Get history with relative time. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, right, Larobi? For sure. Mr. Elfman, yes, and it's the entire reason that npm patch. Hold on. There's a package for it. Patch package. That's it. It's the entire reason this exists in the npm ecosystem. Right? You can just go and fix it or change it without having to do like a some other thing, right? And then you just have it working in what you do. So Raimu, this basically modifies the source of a dependency in a way to where you're not modifying what's in your node modules folder. This patch is applied to that file after an npm install, right? Yeah, so this patch is immediately after the npm install to where you can modify what the source code even does without having to go through the whole pull request process for a thing that they probably won't even change. It probably should be, Antra. Like, come on. But at the end of the day, it exists and you can just use it. The thing I like to think about when talking about this stuff there, Antra, is that you can't ship everything as part of the core immediately. You need to let some patterns shake themselves out into being the right pattern. And a really good example of that is in WordPress. And I know, come on, bear with me. In WordPress, they had the idea of a REST API. That was a plugin that you would add. It wasn't part of the core. The plugin went through massive amounts of iteration before it became actually something that they thought was good, and then it finally got merged into the core. In the same exact way, they have the GraphQL plugin, and eventually WordPress might bring the GraphQL plugin into the core. But they do it as a plugin first so that they can iterate on it way quicker and way faster and not worry about bringing that into the core version of WordPress that needs to maintain massive backwards compatibility. So it's actually like a really smart thing they do with that. If you want to prove out a new WordPress hook, yeah, you can do it as a plugin, and then if WordPress really likes it, they'll add that hook or that filter or whatever, right? It's actually a really good system. So instead, yes, you might see patch package as a native npm yarn pnpm thing eventually, but for now, it's just a package. I would say at 804,000 weekly downloads, 2 million, because yeah, technically we're in the downturn from holidays, but at 2 million weekly downloads, well, yeah, you're probably right that it should be merged into the core by now. Just saying. Exactly. It's actually a really, really smart process. And you can totally do it. You can make it happen. So yes, I would say don't judge NPM for what it is now. Judge it for what it can become and what they can bring in from what other people do. It does take other people doing it right for the NPM team to realize that they should do better. Hence, them making the package lock better than it was. Hence, them doing all sorts of stuff that was broken before Yarn and other things showed them how it could be better. Workspaces in general, right? NPM is really slow to move. Node.js is really slow to move. All it takes is other people showing them better stuff. And they'll happily bring it in once it's adopted enough to justify the cost. I think that's totally okay, personally. Damn, Entra. Okay. So there you go. Okay, so I'm going through these sodas a bit quick. We are close to when I should probably like hop out to some gaming here soon. We don't need to do it right now though. Yeah, Bun has a lot of built-in goodies, but that does kind of vendor lock you into Bun at some point. I really like some of the ideas they have going, like the way they do macros. That part's nice, for sure. Yeah, just for fun, just to like check it out. Honestly, if you do Zig, you could actually contribute to Bun, and they're looking for people to do so. But yeah, hold up. Let me go use the restroom. Right, you can initiate the dance party while I'm gone. You could do CMG dance. You could do the Primogen. Right? Any other dance emote you want? Feel free, dance while I pee. There you go, hips. That's another good dance emote. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Hold on, let me grab another soda. And yeah, someone asked, are these just regular sodas? No, they're special sodas. Number one, they're special because they are glass bottle Coca-Cola. And number two, they're special because I'm making them better with whiskey. Sody pop. Yeah, exactly. That's just science. Yeah, they call it that, but here's the thing, Mr. Elfman. This Coca-Cola, I would bet money, was actually bottled here in Washington. I don't know if they're required by law to actually print that. But yeah. Coca-Cola has a logistics problem that they have solved by having bottling and canning factories or whatever in like regional areas. Because shipping all this liquid doesn't make any sense when you can just ship the syrup and the empty bottles, and your weight that you're shipping is way lower. I actually fully believe that they even alter the flavor of Coca-Cola based upon the region in which it's being canned. Yeah, Coca-Cola tastes so different based on country. I think even based on region here in the US. Yes, exactly, four-wheel. That's what I'm getting at. Just simply because of the logistics. It costs so much more money to ship filled cans of soda than it does to ship empty cans of soda. Or empty bottles of soda. Yeah, local source water. That's why people say New York bagels taste better, because of the water they use. There's definitely something to it. It's why West Coast sourdough is better, because the yeast doesn't survive on the East Coast. Like, there's all sorts of weird, like, regional things that you're going to make that stuff locally because it costs more to ship, but also, like, just the way you make it ends up changing the flavor massively. Like, yeah, it's like a bunch of weird stuff about that, in my opinion. But yeah, that's a big thing. People really do say bagels in New York taste better because of the water. And it's actually the terrible quality of the water, I think, that makes it so. Oh, really? So the cane sugar breaks down into high fructose corn syrup over time? I would not have guessed that. I didn't know that. Interesting. Okay. Okay. I'll take your word for it. I don't know any better, so meh. All right, this album's about to end. Let's get another going. Let's get something crunchy to, keep stuff going. Get the blood flowing a bit. Yeah, so what I would get at is it's not technically high fructose corn syrup, but it's like close enough to the molecule, right? Like the cane sugar breaks down into a molecule that heavily resembles high fructose corn syrup. But the process of creating high fructose corn syrup is a separate process, right? So I think the big thing is like calling it corn syrup is actually wrong because the cane sugar is not from corn. However, the molecule may break down into something that resembles the same garbage we get from corn. Which I kind of find interesting. Like, yeah, I didn't know about that. Yeah, HTTP, this song is crunchy. Yeah, Lukash is really good. I'm pretty sure some of this artist's songs end up making it onto the Cyberpunk soundtrack. I could be wrong. Yeah, there's another one. Oh shit, I forgot the name. their name is so fucking bad. Subvert. I am looking forward to heavily supporting Subvert. Nah, like, I knew it was there. It's not a struggle. Right? If anything, I benefited from having to, like, mouse over these tabs and revisit the memories that they gave me. Right? These tabs are like a mental scrapbook. Like a photo album, you know? I see the tab and I remember the memories from that moment. Ah, yeah, takes me back. There you go, Alan. And technically, this should still work too. Oh, Renegade. So I do the same thing. Yeah, you just became a statistic. Damn right, HTTP. We forgot that was a command even for a bit. Thanks for reminding me. Oh, there you go, Kinslayer. Yeah, nailed it. All right, let's maybe do some code. I know we're ranting, we're chilling, we're chatting. It's, you know, a typical Monday. But yeah, I think we finished this endpoint. I do need to go modify a little bit of how we consume that endpoint. And yes, something went terribly wrong with that endpoint because we got a 500 sad panda. And yeah, we don't have account balance, account ID. Shit. Yes, this is the part where we have to actually, like, kill the database. Kill the headlights, put it in neutral. Stock car flaming with the loser on the cruise control. Baby's in Reno with the vitamin D, got a couple of couches, sleep on the love seat. I'm insane to complain about a stain on my shirt. There's at least one or two people happy that I was able to recite those lyrics. Like, that was pretty good, right? Sure, you'll append it all. I know, that's not the actual lyric, but sounded pretty good, right? It's soy un perditor or something like that, which is I'm a loser. But, like, the misheard lyric is, sure, you'll append it all. It's one of those Bone Apple Tea like things from the lyrics. Yeah, Bone Apple Tea. Am I still liking Seattle? You recently moved back to the West Coast after living in the Midwest. I love being somewhat near the mountains. I actually want to move way closer to the mountains. The problem is the internet. I do believe I'm addicted to fiber. Might as well face it. I'm addicted to fiber. So yeah, it's like really hard to go live near the mountains because they do not have fiber internet. And it's really sad. Yeah, it's not 1G. Yeah, it's not 1 gig. How fast is it there, HTTP? Like, I still don't think I would trust it for streaming. You know, like the moment you switch fucking satellites or whatever, you're going to drop your link, right? Yeah, plot twist. When I said addicted to fiber, some people were like, "What does he mean? Like, is he incontinent? Is he constantly constipated? Constantly pated?" You're on half fiber? Okay. I don't know what that means. Fiber to the house, but it's fake because it's like not fiber at like the connector or whatever. Oh, from the unit to outside your house. So it's copper from your house to the node. It's fiber to the node. Yeah. Like that's a typical like cable internet kind of thing. You'd have to like spend some money to relay like the fiber line into your house. But cable should be able to support some pretty good stuff. Yeah, fiber till the last mile, then copper. And honestly, that's still pretty good. Oh, node to node is copper. Hey. Hey. Honestly, though, like, copper can be pretty damn fast. Yeah, I was gonna say, like, copper should be pretty damn fast, actually. Yeah, I pay 70 a month for, like, gigabit up and down using Ziply, which is nice. But yeah, like, man, if I wanted to move out to, like, Skycomish or Leavenworth just to be closer to Stevens Pass, I'd be getting fucked. Like, dude, my internet would be so bad. Still doesn't stop me from wanting to move there, though. Oh, yeah, Seven Deadly Seas. Yeah, like, I was looking at Whitefish, Montana for a while as a place to move where it would be cheaper. No, my rent would be the exact fucking same. What the fuck, dude? Yeah, dude. Yeah. I don't know, feeling good. What is your challenge? For me to actually write some code? We'll do it eventually, okay? Come on, man. We're just doing a New Year's celebration one day early. Fuck it. Did I preempt like your somewhat negative comment? Hopefully. Maybe you weren't even going to go that way. I don't know. Code a New Year countdown with fireworks. That was actually my plan for tomorrow. I want to take a shader on Shader Toy, one of these fireworks things, and move it, like get it into Ghosty. Like that was actually going to be my plan for what we do tomorrow. I have no idea what's going on right here, though. Like, what's going... Like, oh, there's another one. Now there's two of them. Damn, I just got to reference Phantom Menace organically here on stream. No big deal. Life goals, right? For sure. Misa thinks we have a bug. Anyway, sorry, bad joke. But yeah, I want to implement one of these shaders as a background image to Ghosty, right? And I really do wonder what that process would be like. So I was actually planning on making, I'm thinking this one. I was thinking about making one of these shaders into a ghosty shader. Can you show dev tools in Ghosty? I have no idea. I haven't even tried. No clue. But I have seen that other people do ghosty stuff using basically what people have made in Shader Toy, and then it's just modified to work in Ghosty. I'd love to see what their like diff is to make it work in Ghosty. Wait, that's the thing? No way. Oh. What? Oh, that's cool. Oh my God, I didn't even know. Okay. Oh, damn. So yeah, I really do think tomorrow I kind of want to just pivot for a day or two and do something different, which is why we should probably like concentrate on getting some shit actually done today, you know? Meh, we'll see. How do I turn it off? There we go. All right. We just toggle it. How many people can't play Flight of the Bumblebee on the saxophone? Well, how about my signature song, Flight of a Million Bumblebees? Some people will recognize that as a Black Books reference. I think it's a million bumblebees, but I don't remember the exact quote. It might be 1,000 bumblebees. I think it's a million. It's a good episode. Either way, you should watch Black Books start to finish. It's only like 4 seasons, so you're good. How hard could it be? There are only 6 episodes a season. Like, dude, you'll get through all of Black Books within the time it would take you to watch the first season of The Office. Right? Like the worst season of The Office. So anytime you're going to rewatch The Office and you're going to skip season 1 anyway, just watch Black Books instead. Broom. Problem solved. It's by the guy that made IT Crowd. Yeah, Graham Linehan sucks as a person, but he wrote some good shows. So Father Ted, Black Books, IT Crowd. He fucking nailed it with those 3. And then he became kind of a shitty person. Or let us know that he was the shitty person he was all along. Tomato, tomato. Tomato, tomato. He did have a writing partner for Father Ted, but Black Books and IT Crowd were all him, as far as I know. Okay, so yeah, our database is up and running. What I actually need to do is respawn the API and then all right, so we're going to generate our fixtures here. And yeah, well, real quick, yeah, someone over on the YouTube who's probably long gone asked about what's my take on agentic AI. It's just so weird to me that we had someone on YouTube asking about that, Pranav, like yesterday or last time I streamed on this channel and the day before. Why do people like care so much about agentic AI? Like one person's question was, will agentic AI take the place of software as a service? And like automatically, the answer is no, but where does that question come from? And then we got another person asking about agentic AI as well. I'm just really curious, like, I don't know. Couldn't you have asked agentic AI about this? My favorite take on all this is when you actually ask these AI things if AI will replace a dev to do these things, the AI says no. Like, why do you think your job's in danger? Even AI doesn't think it can take the place of a person. Like, dude, like, that's ridiculous to me. Like, why do you think it's a valid question to ask if the AI itself says that it can't do that? Like, you could just ask the AI, hey, do you think you can do my job? The answer is no. Like, it's that easy. Like, I don't know. It's so weird. Yeah, like, yeah, I agree. Exynos. Like, I don't know, man. Yeah, Alan. Well, hold on. Pranav has actually been a regular here. VA is not a regular over on the YouTube, at least as far as I remember. But I really do wonder, like, oh man, these AI companies, like, hold on. Here's the best take on this. There was a post about fucking Sam Altman saying some bullshit over on Reddit, and the entire thing got astroturfed to shit by obvious bots, you know? Like, very obvious bots. So how much of like the discourse around AI is actually like tainted by the people running those AI, employing the AI to do some bullshit on their behalf to make it seem like what they're doing is actually legitimate? Like it's dead internet theory times two. And yeah, ACM knows the emote. Damn right. All right, so here's the big thing. Man, this endpoint takes a long time to run. Johnny Five looks pissed. Hadn't seen that one before. Alan, it's from Short Circuit 2. When he goes to the city, he gets the shit kicked out of him by a couple, like by a group of punks or whatever, and then he becomes a fucking badass. Hey, Scuzz Bucket. Your mother was a leaf blower. Yeah, exactly. Los Lobos. Yeah, dude, Raimu knows. Oh, Raimu fucking knows. Yeah, damn right. For sure, Exynos. Yeah, I use Super Maven. 100%. That shit's amazing. It's really good. I have to correct a lot of what it does, but the bullshit that it types out is bullshit I didn't need to type anymore. Which is, again, why I push back on the Primogen statement that we all need to learn how to type fast. We don't. Like, he's said it for years, and I've disagreed for years. Your typing speed does not fucking matter. It just doesn't. Because you can just autocomplete the characters you were gonna type anyway. In almost every case. Like, or with a little bit of modification. So yeah, like typing speed. Nope. Maybe Exynos, but I would simply say, could you just dictate those thoughts anyway? Like, yeah, could you just hit a button and say it, and then it's just words in a fucking text file? That'd be way quicker than having to type it, right? Do you type faster than you talk? I don't think anybody does. I don't think anybody does. So yeah, instead you could just talk. and have something take those words and put them in a text file for you. And then bam, right? Typing speed doesn't matter for that. Like I've heard people say like typing speed matters for composing emails. Holy shit, that's definitely something you should be dictating. Nobody who makes any significant amount of money types their own emails. They just say shit that someone who gets paid way less types out into an email for them. Right? You can have a digital secretary right now. So there you go. You can't argue against the fun factor. The fun factor is valuable. All right. That's the only reason. Like, I can't argue against the fun factor. If you have fun typing fast, well, then do it. Right? If you have fun navigating your entire fucking source code with a couple lines, whatever, I can do it with a couple clicks. It's fine. It's totally okay. But the fun factor, well, then, yeah, who gives a shit, right? If you have more fun doing it, then I can't argue that. Do whatever it takes to make it more fun for you. For me, the fun is actually just building a thing. Seeing something that was up in my head and making it real. Okay, so Raimo and I just have totally different definitions of the word fun at that point. I just have a major anecdote that I love to just like shout out all the time. My dad is the type of person who doesn't type anymore at all anyway, but back in the day used to brag about how fast he types. My mom still does like the hunt and peck stuff. If we think about it, my mom has written way more influential software than my dad ever wrote. He designed hardware systems that are more influential than what my mom did, but typing speed doesn't matter for designing a hardware system, okay? When it comes to software, my mom did way better shit. And she still does the blah, 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 like hands crossing over, blah, 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 like hunt and peck. Bam! Let me hit that enter key. Like she raises her hand above her head, I'm pretty sure, to hit enter. You know, like, it doesn't fucking matter, okay? Ba-da-da-da-da. Bam! Right? Like, I could hear her hitting enter from like 3 rooms away with my door closed. I could hear enter at all times. Bam! Like, dude, like she's mad at her keyboard. And she's hitting enter to take it out on her keyboard. Hand above the head, bam, right? That said, the software she's written is more influential than most people I've ever met. Ever, right? She wrote number portability for the 1-800 system that most likely inspired number portability for the cell phone system until it changed, as far as like 4Wheel has let me know that it has changed. But back when it was some COBOL bullshit, yeah, probably the same shit. So yeah, like, just the impact of the code you write is not related whatsoever to how quickly you wrote it. They're actually completely independent things. What did the keyboard do to her? Ooh, I don't know. I think the big thing is she was doing, like, at the time that I'm remembering all of this, she was doing optimizations of SQL queries, some of them that would take multiple days to run. She would optimize into hours to run. So let's just say it takes 3 days to run a query. Like I'm talking like from start to finish 24/7, and she would optimize it to like 8 hours. So I believe she was taking her anger out on the person that decided to do subqueries instead of a proper join. That's my assumption. I'd have to ask her. I will just say, like, that was the #1 win she had in dealing with this code. Right? Like, that is the #1, like, big thing she did to optimize most of that code. It was optimizing away from subqueries to proper joins in SQL. I know there are people out there that are like, well, the subquery can be optimized within itself to be like really performant. Well, yeah, that's fine, but you know what? It can't be optimized to the thing around it that's having to encapsulate it. For Will, you might be totally right. Yeah, I agree. I would bet money on the fact that, yeah, if you did anything with telephony that dealt with 90s telephony, well, here's the thing with like most COBOL code, all of the headers had every single person that modified it within the header file. So you should be able to verify that if it was like COBOL code. If it's not COBOL, my mom didn't do it. And you should have those header files for that COBOL code. Yeah, maybe the COBOL or the header files didn't ship with what you ended up getting. Cool retro term. I mean, keep in mind, Ghosty has an option for the retro stuff, and we could totally use it. And yeah, I'm trying to just let this like process run because, man, our PC runs like shit while it's going, but we're like close to the end, so we can try and like load it up. Let me get the front end reloaded. Yeah, someone made a tweet just recently, like, yeah, using cool retro term to do something makes you, or to SSH into terminal.shop, right? To like buy your coffee makes you feel like you're ordering within like the Fallout universe or whatever, right? Because it resembles a Pip-Boy. Damn right. That's the way to do it. Hell yeah. All right, so we should be good. Yeah, we're going to have to refresh this, but the API should be good. And yeah, we solved a bit of our problem, but it still turns out that... And hold on, let me grab this. Still turns out that what we do is needing our DB to be restarted every time we modify our indices or indexes, depending on how you say that. I don't remember which is correct in this context. But yeah, basically, when we modify our indexes or indices, we have to update our entire database and like rescaffold it from scratch, which kind of makes sense to why Architect uses Dynalite and just like reboots the entire DB when you make a change, because those indexes are not automatic. And I'm wondering if there's some other thing I could do to like create those indexes. But if we modify an index, what happens then? I don't know. I would really like to chat with the developer of Architect to find out. Right? Like Ryan Block or who's the other dude, right? Ryan Block or someone's name that they're like the main Architect people. Why am I spacing on the other dude's name? He's massively influential and yeah, seems like a cool dude. Ryan Block and now I gotta look it up. Littering and Brian LaRue. There we go. Yeah. So Brian LaRue and Ryan Block. They're like the main Architect.devs guys. Like, it seems to me like Brian LaRue made it, and then Ryan Block kind of like took over maintaining it from the graph that we see. Both seem awesome. I've never chatted with either one. I have no idea. No clue. Oh, so Brian works at Sanity right now. Oh, interesting. Okay. What about Ryan? What does Ryan do? Probably a whole bunch of really cool shit that he just doesn't list on his profile. Wait, what question specifically? I mean, I don't feel like any question I had just now actually needs an answer. I just like saying stuff. So yeah, that's fine. Let me play some more music. The song's good. All right, so real quick. Protein fan. Partition what? Sorry. Yeah, my bad. I lost the context. That's my bad. And then Array of Hope. Do I think I will ever make something cool with the new Laravel framework version just to check it out sometime? My only problem with Laravel is that I can't host it any place I actually want to host it. I could definitely use, what is it, Laravel Vapor or whatever to like host it. And I might try that at some point. But I won't be able to use Architect. I won't be able to use like any of the stuff that I've built up. Yeah, I could do it on a DigitalOcean droplet. I could do it with Vapor. I could do it with other stuff. Like, sure. And I could, but I'd still probably prefer just to use something else. Unless Laravel wants to, like, sponsor a stream or two or a month or whatever. I would happily do, like, a month-long, like, Laravel-sponsored stream. I could do that. Like, I'd be down for that. And I'm a fan. Like, dude, I've been preaching that PHP and other things are actually viable for ages. I've been having to push back on the anti-PHP crowd for ages. Meanwhile, people like the Primogen and some other streamers have hated on PHP for years and then all of a sudden turned around recently. Right? No one recognizes someone that's been a fan for years. They'll happily pay for you to switch your opinion, though. So obviously, I should have been hating on PHP for years, and then, yeah, they'd totally pay me to recognize how good it is. Yeah, no, I get it. I get it. It's just, I have been the build whatever you want with any language you want dev for so long. It'd be so weird for me to, like, talk shit. Unless it's Cold Fusion. No one should make anything in Cold Fusion. But no one who does Cold Fusion stuff is going to pay me to change my opinion about Cold Fusion. So, like, that's a chicken and egg scenario right there. I think PHP is just fine. There's a video I love to shout out from, oh man, let's see if we can find it this time. PHP 5 to 8 video. It's the PHP annotated guy. Here we go. No, that's not the one. Here we go. PHP evolution over the years. This video is amazing. It shows, you know, how less fun PHP used to be, and then what it's actually become with the modern versions. And that's why I'm like, I'm totally fine with PHP. Right? It's like that Doobie Brothers song about Jesus, right? But instead, PHP's just all right with me. PHP's just fine. Oh, yeah. It's fun to trash things. I don't enjoy the trashing. I think it misleads people. We get enough like juniors here in Twitch chat in general that they take whatever the streamer says, especially if they like the streamer, verbatim. So there are people who have listened to the Prime shit on all sorts of stuff over the years. And now he's backtracking on some of that shit talking. And these people are finally starting to realize that he was kind of just bullshitting the entire time because he's just doing a thing, you know? At that point, that feels disingenuous to me. It feels wrong, technically. And again, keep in mind, I like Theo, I like Prime, I like all these guys. I just don't like some of their rhetoric. Right? So we can hate the rhetoric. We don't have to hate the people. Just like I can hate a little bit of Spiro's rhetoric. Like, oh my God, engineering these days is so shitty, right? I was tempted to tag Spiro in that tweet I just made about like, dude, you shit on like modern devs. 80s and 90s devs didn't even like recognize that they should probably think past the year 1999. Are you fucking kidding me? Don't romanticize these devs from the past. They were all just collecting a paycheck and doing what their managers told them to do. Within the constraints that they had, which was usually a budget. That's it. That's the problem. Deal with it. Right? Don't romanticize the past thinking that they were so much better than we are today. They weren't. They just had other constraints. Now we don't have those same constraints. And again, a ray of hope. I understand. You don't have to be a good PHP dev to be a good dev in general, right? So don't judge hold on. Don't judge a fish for its ability to climb a tree. It's not what it was made to do. Okay? Don't judge a fish for its ability to climb a tree. And don't judge a bear for its ability to swim. I wish, here's the thing, Tristan. It would probably make a good YouTube short, but I didn't come up with that phrase. Dude, that's like a Reddit meme at this point. It's so Reddit memed that I would be actually kicked off of Reddit in some fucking sub because it's just repost at this point, you know? The web dev community would fucking roast me for reposting that same comment, you know? It's not their first time hearing it. Now, granted, the web dev subreddit fucking sucks, so there's that too. Clip that one. Yeah, the Reddit the web dev subreddit fucking sucks. Clip that and post it without me having to do it. You can post that on my behalf. The Reddit web dev subreddit fucking sucks. Those people are the worst. Ugh. Ugh. I'm not going to post it, but if you want to clip it and post it, go for it. The web dev subreddit fucking sucks, dude. Technically, the stuff that gets posted there, awesome. Just don't read the comments. Ugh. The people that comment on the web dev subreddit, ugh. Ugh. They give me the major ick. Ugh. In a lot of cases, yeah, Tristan, for sure. Yeah, you're not wrong. Hacker News has the same problem, for sure. Yeah, they call it the Reddit hug of death, right? When something gets posted to Reddit and it overloads your server. I would say it's actually the Reddit I had a phrase for this. It's the Reddit nah, dude, we used to have a term. Shit. The Reddit pedantic whatever of death, right? The Reddit pedantic met of death. I don't know. Yeah, no, we had a term here. I know I posted about it on Twitter, some shit at one point, but dude, yeah, no. Hacker News and Reddit share the same thing. Yeah, you'll get people to click a thing, but man, they will pedantically pick it apart for the stuff that doesn't matter. Oh, and real quick, 7 Deadly Seas. Yeah, we're not working on me election. I should turn off that me election reward. Do I have a mod that could disable that? That'd be cool. Just refund someone's points for that. Me election did not get finished. It's at a stage where I would love to work on it more, but it's not going to make any money, and I have to concentrate on stuff that would actually make it to where I don't have to work a job ever again. And then I can finally work on other stuff that doesn't need to make money. My goal is to launch a project so I don't have to have a job anymore. My job is maintaining the projects that I made. At which point I could make me election, and me election would actually probably be a good candidate for consuming Waltr. right? Like, that's my goal. Thank you, Raimu. Ah, you're the best. Dude, my mods fucking kill it. Thanks, Raimu. So yeah, Array of Hope. That's what I'm getting at. I think Waltr is actually a thing I've wanted to make for every single project I've ever made. And if I can build Waltr out in the right way, I can consume it with every other project I've made. Change chat theme. Oh, I did see those points. What theme are you requesting? All right. Well, hope you guys liked the chat bubbles for now. Oh. Until someone changes the theme on us, we will be in the terminal theme for now. So, Stream Parrot. I probably won't try to do a product hunt launch until I have, I want to say at least like 10 active users. Will I take a break from Waltr development? Eventually, once I launch the MVP of Waltr, I will start building out another project to dog food Waltr. Because I need to prove out the idea of Waltr, and, you know, getting customers is nice, but at some point I just got to trust my gut too. Oh, I will absolutely, well, I will be dog fooding Vexilla into Waltr at some point. I got some fixes to make for Vexilla. So yeah, there's a bunch of stuff after like the Waltr MVP is launched. I already have like 2 other things I gotta do, like make Vexilla work better so I can get Vexilla worked into Waltr, and then build a project consuming Waltr as an API. I don't think Vexilla would need Waltr until I want to make like a hosted service for Vexilla, and honestly, like, I don't know. Hosted service for Vexilla, I'm good on it for a long time. Like, nah, I got other stuff I want to do first. What's up, Seb? You're borrowing my sister's name for me? All right, that's fine. Interesting. There you go, Bubs. Yeah. Honestly, that's what my sister says when she's saying hi or doing whatever. Interesting. Odd that it caught on like that, but okay. All right, so there we go. We got the chat overlay below. Should we do the windows? No, it's fine there, Seb. Like, you know, my sister's great. But should we be doing the DOS default, or should we be doing Arch by the way? We should probably be doing Arch by the way. And then, yeah, real quick, what color should we do for the theme, right? You made this choice. Is green what you want there? Person who redeemed it, 4-wheel? That was you, right? Black text on black background. There you go. Green is fine. All right, so we just leave it green. Super green. All right. Is that it? Are we done? Good to go? Problem solved? I should really, like... That is too much like empty space right there. I need to configure the camera to where I'm just like moved up just a little bit. Like right there would be good. So Array of Hope, here's the thing about Stream Parrot. I can't change anything about it. I can't do it. Oh, there you go. I could just fill the empty space with some banner. Ooh, that's where the banner, like the sponsor banners would go. How come? Because the majority of Stream Parrot development was done in a way that I didn't push it up to a cloud Git repo, and a hard drive crashed and I lost like a year worth of work. So Sab, you should probably hang out tomorrow, because I actually plan on shaving the mustache, shaving this shit. I don't even want to call it a goatee, and shaving this, which is like not even a soul patch. Ugh. Yeah, I'm going to shave all that shit tomorrow. Like, I'm over it. I'm out. I'm good. And I'm going to shave my head too. Like, not shave my head, but like, you know, like inch long or whatever, like attachment I have. So you're saying I should set the background color to transparent? I don't think it looks good, but we can test it. I don't think it looks good, but yeah, let me go pee real quick and I'll be right back. We'll see. We'll see. You guys will find out before I do. Okay, so how does it look? Is it okay? It actually doesn't look bad. I feel like it's okay with the transparent background, actually. Yeah, it looks all right. Yeah, thanks, Lil Saf. Right, I disagree on the looks easier to read. Like, if I put my hand right here, you can actually read that green text. Yeah, exactly. So it requires me to wear like a dark enough hoodie that you guys can actually read the text, right? So instead, hold on. Let's just put it like, I don't know, at like a 40%. I'm gonna wear hoodies that make it worse. Like, dude, this is like one of the better hoodies, you know? I'm gonna wear hoodies that make that way worse. If I wore a green hoodie, oh, it'd be so bad. Oh my God, come on. So now with a little bit of a background, yeah, okay. And then if I put my hand behind it, that's fine, you know, that's not bad. Okay, so I'd say with a little bit of a background color, we're good. Oh, you think up to 50? Okay, sure. I don't mind. Just saying. This is a thing we built out here on stream. Technically, as far as I know still, the Primogen still uses Stream Parrot for his chat overlay. He's not using any of the theming or any of that stuff. He could, but he doesn't. There you go. Thanks for the bits there, Seb. Appreciate it. I love some of these like hidden messages. Mr. Pancake says, I'm just not a big fan of waffles. I'm just not a big fan of waffles. Thoughts on being overemployed? I don't think I'm actually overemployed. I think I am satisfactorily employed. Because part of my job is being able to talk to y'all about our Lord and Savior, Get Kraken. Have you guys had a chance to use Get Kraken lately? It's pretty good. Boom! Justifying the time on this stream. Nailed it. Nailed it. My thoughts in general about people being overemployed. If you're getting your shit done, then there you go. If there's a moment where you're like sacrificing one timeline for the other, nah, you're fucking up and you should not be doing it. There are plenty of jobs where you could totally be unemployed and no one would ever fucking notice. Like, you could work at Google and Microsoft at the same time and no one would ever fucking notice. The only time they would notice is if you have meetings that overlap with each other. That said, I do consider it somewhat unethical. Personally. I know you could do it, you could make it happen, right? But it's like just, even then, doing that, renegade, a little bit unethical. However, people could say the same thing when I am maybe taking a call from my bed because I didn't feel like waking up at 9 a.m. because I like to sleep till at least 10. But if they book a meeting, well, yeah, I might be camera off while I'm sleeping in bed. Not sleeping, but like laying in bed trying to wake up. Yeah, I don't think that's a problem. If you're there and you're listening, you just didn't feel like putting on clothes yet, I don't think that's a problem, personally. But that is where my inherent bias is showing. And hopefully I wasn't showing my bias on camera. I don't know if I trust someone who hasn't taken a meeting from bed. And so, bar none. I do think so. Yeah, like. So here's the thing, though, bar none. I think there's a big difference between being like available as often as you could be and being overemployed. So I have absolutely worked a job where. Yeah, it took me a second. Yeah. I feel like, I could have gone two ways with it, but bar none, I get it. Yeah, like, no, that makes sense. I would say, though, like, if I'm expected to work fuzzy hours anyway, don't expect me to be a butt in seat from 9 to 5. So I've worked a job that had me, like, do some shit Saturday morning. But they still expected a butt in seat from 9 to 5 on, like, weekdays. Like, no, motherfucker, we're a fully remote team. Right? Yeah, I'm available on Slack. Sure, just message me. I'll get to it. But dude, motherfucker, I am not a butt in seat from 9 to 5. Like, fuck you. If you want a butt in seat from 9 to 5, don't ever fucking message me outside of business hours. You do that, well, then you broke the butt in seat rule, and I'm no longer a butt in seat. So here's the thing, bar none. I would rather put in work on a weekend. I would actually way rather to put in work on a weekend and then just be there for my meetings and the shit you need day to day, and then be, like, available for messages, like, during the day to day, and then I'd rather wake up super early and go to sleep late and just work outside of hours anyway. That's actually my main thing. Like, I am an asynchronous worker. I'd rather do my shit that matters outside of business hours. Exactly, Tristan. Like, that's my main thing. Like, I'll show up to a meeting you scheduled within reason. And beyond that, oh my god, like, dude, just let me get my shit done. Yeah, no one can ping you with annoying BS like, hey, how's that timeline looking? Like, yeah, dude, I work for a company, Get Kraken. One of our main features is a tool to hopefully lessen the amount of times that your manager has to reach out to you asking what you're working on. That's called Launchpad. We have a team version of Launchpad where your manager can see what PRs you have active, what their work in progress is, basically. Like, dude, I'm actually really happy to be working for a company that's trying to optimize away the fucking bullshit, like, hey, how's it going today? Messages. They can see how it's going today. They can just see it right there. I think that is one of our coolest features at GitKraken, right? That launchpad. Your manager can see what's in pull request right now. Who should be reviewing that right now? They can get their entire like dashboard showing them your team's dynamics and like even insights into like how many PRs are being shipped and blah, blah, blah. Like those type of bullshit metrics. I love working for a company that's trying to solve that problem because, man, I hate that fucking problem. Like, oh my God, dude. Like, in my opinion, GitKraken started out as a tool for developers. I think our best features are actually things that managers should be using. Right? Team Launchpad as a manager. See all the pull requests in one fucking view across all the repos you care about. Right? That's way better. Like, just do that, man. And then don't reach out via a Slack message just to, like, see what they're up to. You can see what they're up to. You can see that they need to review a thing. And if that thing is, like, waiting on them for more than a day or two, well, then reach out. Like, hey, man, I see this PR waiting for your review here in my dashboard. Can I get you to review that ASAP? That'd be a lot cooler if you did. Boom. Like, problem solved. Like, I agree. GitKraken started out as a dev tools company. I think the biggest money maker is actually a manager tools company. Because if you can optimize your managers, you actually optimize the entire rest of your team. So yeah, you use GitKraken? I'd love to chat more about it. Like, how do you use it? Like, are you a GitKraken desktop user or a GitLens user or something else? This is kind of my job. Okay, bar none. Yeah, I'd love to know more. If you don't want to talk about it here, that's fine. You can do so here too, but, you know, we could chat about it on a call. Pretty much anytime you want. I can give you a cal.com link to schedule stuff. Let me pour another beverage. And yeah, keep in mind, I won't have the whiskey on me during our call. Obviously, like, no, I don't drink during the day while I'm, you know, doing my job. But I do think I am kind of always on the clock, but come on, within reason. I'm gonna have a beverage to relax. Wait, did I say I will have it in me? I will not have the whiskey in me, okay? Shit. I will not. I will not. Yes, that was a reference to fucking... shit. Oh, The Room. Yeah. I did not have the whiskey in me. I did not. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, for sure, bar none. Yeah. Oh, hi, bar. Yeah, there you go. Boom, nailed it. Oh, hi, bar. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly. You know it's a good day when you can make a reference to The Room and, like, all of chat joins in on it. That's super good. Oh, that's so fun. I have the best job. I hope you guys know this, right? Like, this is the best. Oh, this is the best. Okay, so, Sab, you need help. Don't think you can explain it well by text. It's just about ideas. You can explain by voice. maybe they're four-wheel, but I don't know how many of them actually mean it. They only say that when they're being interviewed by their manager. Meh. Yeah, Seb, I mean, I would say you can try explaining it via, like, Discord DM if you want, but I don't know if it's, like, a thing we want to do here on stream. Okay, so it's about the app you told me about, so we can't share that on stream anyway. So yeah, yeah, feel free. Send it on the Discord. I will listen to it probably later tonight, but maybe early tomorrow. That was delicious. All right, so let's keep going. Let's do our thing. And I know we're taking our sweet ass time, aren't we? We did go and log in. We get to balances here, and stuff still works. So now we go details. We get to there. We click accounts, and then 500 sad panda. Okay, so that is a different problem. That is not even a sad panda. That is a quiet panda. Which you can't tell is sad or not, only based on context. Is the panda eating? Well, that would help. And yes, CMG Corn, I have requested that my mom get me the better version of that photo so I can scan it. That would be good. Because I want to get a high-res version of that and make a sticker out of it. I feel like that'd be good. Right? Just like a circle. Right? You can't see me drawing the circle, but yeah, like just a circle around the head. It's the same smile, by the way. That was that same smile. It's science. But yeah, HTTP. Did you actually watch that? Like the software is a team sport? I need to update the link. We had the previous month with Robin Hines, which should be going live, I'm going to say Wednesday. I mean, what part are you talking about there, Mr. Elfman? Are you talking about like the podcast or some other thing? Yes! Claude to generate mermaid diagrams. So fucking good. Oh my god. Yeah, totally, dude. Yep. Glad I could help, man. Yeah, I even did the Claude, technically not Claude. Oh, so yeah, Mermaider didn't actually solve that problem 100%. I gave up on it after a little bit. Like, we hit some roadblocks and I just didn't care enough about the project. we could get back to it here sooner or later. Because I do think it would be good as like a thing we do. But yeah, no, we ran into some like weird bugs that I don't even remember what they are. I think I needed to take a break from that project to come back to it fresh, and we'll do it eventually. But I got Waltr to work on right now. But yeah, like Mermaider, I just love the name. Hold up. We're going to listen to that song. Good call. Hold on. Death Clock. Mermaider. It's a little heavy. Sorry if you guys don't like metal. There are no fingerprints deep underwater. And I can barely hear what he's saying now. Mermaider. I was about to skip the song if that went on too long. I'm just now seeing these lyrics and holy shit, dude. Like, I never know what, like, Nathan Explosion is actually saying. Like, that's what I hear. Right? Isn't that how most metal works? Like, you just hear people, like, grunting into, like, the microphone. Right? Cannibal Corpse style. I still don't know a single lyric Cannibal Corpse ever sang. It just sounds like like, you know, like sounds like he's got a really bad cough. Like he's just trying to clear his throat. Gesundheit. Oh, I'm sorry. No, he's singing. My bad. Gesundheit. So yeah, I love the show Metalocalypse. I have no idea what their lyrics are actually saying. But hold on, Go Into the Water is legitimately a really good song. Like, the show is a joke. Like, dude, the way they do this song is so fucking good. Right? Like, the way the two guitars play off each other, right? They're in sync right now, but then the way they, like, mesh. ends up being really good. And I thought for the longest time they were like synthesized guitars. No, these people are actually like, they're actually playing the guitars. Yeah. Yeah, live there, die there, bar none. Oh my god, you're in the right stream, dude. Fuck yeah, man. Welcome. Yeah, I love the show. Dude, oh my god. Y'all just make fun of me because I'm just a fat one. I'm just the bassist. I'm the fat one. Like, dude, Murderface is probably my favorite. Though Toki is really close. Ah, shit. Ah, come on. I'm just a fat one. Like, yeah, dude, Murderface is really good. All right, let's get some code going. Fuck this endpoint. Come on, man, just work. What died here, man? Okay, so this query failed. Shit. It was actually the total. We didn't fix the total. Man. It was so simple and we done fucked up. Yeah, the way we query for the the total. Yeah, come on, man. Well, hold on. Wait. Nope. Tertiary key here. Shit. All right, so it still fails. Damn it. What did I do this time? Wait, what? Wait, we actually see 2 hundo happy panda. 2 hundo happy panda. And hold on, Seb, I missed it. Sure, like I got shit to do. Free royalty. I don't know what that was. Like you didn't give us any context or anything. So yeah, I'm gonna ignore that. Come on. I don't know what that is. I'm not gonna play some random music. Come on. Yeah, I ignored that, Seb. Like, duh. Come on. You know me better than that. I'm not gonna play some random music. If you want music that I should listen to, there's a channel for it in the Discord. Come on. Yeah, the music channel in Discord. I'll check it out. If I like it, I'll totally play it. Like, yeah, it's easy. You know? Well, you should have known better. How about that one? I'm just having fun. I wore your fucking apron just yesterday while I cooked food. All right? So, just chill. It's a good apron. I just got to figure out like a good like knot to tie in the back so I can like pull it easier. But yeah, I cooked some chow mein. The hoodie's good for sure. It's a good hoodie. I think I get more utility from the apron. So just saying, thank you for the apron. All right, so yeah, something here is wrong. It's really good. Yeah, no, it's super good. Like the lyrics don't matter as much when you realize it's a movie reference. Like this is a movie reference straight. So like, dude, the song just nails it on so many levels. Like it's fucking catchy. It slaps. And then the lyrics, like, oh yeah, it's an obvious Silence of the Lambs reference. Oh my god, right? It checks every box. It's a good song. It's a really good song. 125. Well, yeah, a little bit. Okay, sure. That was the entire issue. Yeah, touche. Big old brain on Discordant Strike. Yeah, good catch. Yeah, that was it. God, I keep getting caught by the double S thing. Well done there. Yeah. Embooglement. I mean, it's a good font. We added ligatures because Drama Sans, right? Sans the drama. You're welcome, by the way. If you want to use this font in your editor... Wait, hold on. Oh, someone else did the command for me. Damn it, my mods are too good. Which I'm totally okay with. Thank you. Appreciate you, Alan. You're the best. Let's get some more music going. We're late enough that I can play basically anything at this point. YouTube won't hear it, and that's fine. There's no one on YouTube right now anyway, so we're good. So is this Manu Chao time? Well, here's the thing, Embooglement. It's drama sans. Sans the drama, right? Like, no font drama allowed. You just accept it and move on, man. I'm the king of bongo bong. Damn right, Sab. I'm the king of the bongo. Hear me when I come. It's such a good song. Like, this song's the best. Yeah, damn right. All right, so yeah, we're good on the music for at least this song. We'll figure it out. We're good. Sab, you keep trying to skirt like the song request like thing, you know? But all right, we can check it out after this. I just don't know what the words are, so like it's a little weird. I know you keep trying to like use your influence here on stream. I get it. It's fine. Now we'll check it out. We'll listen to it. It's fine. We'll check it out. It's fine. But this is not a song request kind of stream. We'll do it. And just saying, Sab, come on. There is no comedy section in Discord. The entire Discord is comedy, basically, right? I would say general is fine for any like comedy you want to like post, for sure. I would say general is the perfect place for comedy. If you got something more specific, then go for it. You're right, LaRoby. I should probably charge money for song requests, but I just want to listen to music I enjoy, you know? But you're right, like $2 as a minimum would really like filter out all the shit posts. $5 would massively filter out shit posts. So you're not wrong there. And I'm not saying that this is a shit post. I'm just pointing out if I really wanted people to have to go through a filter, we could do it. See, I don't know anything he's saying because this entire song is in Spanish or Portuguese. I can't tell the difference. I like stuff. Je ne sais pas. Yeah, dude, he's got Spanish and French and like all sorts of shit in here. Yeah, I know the I like part, but then he's got je ne sais pas, which is not Spanish. Okay, so Me Gusta Marijuana. All right, okay, fine. The song's good to go. All right, we'll call it good. All right, we'll let it be. I heard one lyric that I totally understood. I heard one lyric that made the whole song totally okay. I mean, the music is pretty generic. Yeah, exactly. Four wheel. Like, all right, okay. I know Chris is gonna like this part. Yeah, touche. There you go. Like, you started listening to it ahead of time. Like, you would have warned me about it if it was bad ahead of time, but you were already listening, like, doing the good mod thing. And you were like, oh no, Chris will like it. It's fine. He'll figure it out. Yeah, exactly. I know. I know. You're a good mod, man. You kill it, dude. And I appreciate that about you. That's what I appreciates about you. Right? That's a Letter Kenny reference. And I hope you get it. I've got a really good set of mods. Now, granted, there's like 50 of them. But anyone I mod, I trust, which is nice. I like being able to trust my mods. You know? It's a really good feeling. To a degree, the more you keep using, like, the term for me that my sister uses, the more I, like, question this. I don't know. Yeah, like, I don't know. I question my sister when she uses that term, but she gets, like, a major benefit of the doubt. Anyone else, like, I don't know. Like, they don't get that. I would actually prefer Babe, I think. Like, I don't know. Like, Bubs is just, no, that's my sister's thing, and she gets a benefit of the doubt. There you go, sure. I'd say it's better than Bubs. When I hear Bubs, I think, why is Wolverine fucking referencing me? Yeah, Bubba. Bubs, Bub, Bubba. Like, why is Wolverine talking to me right now? What did I do to, like, draw Wolverine's ire? I don't know. There's something wrong there. Now, meanwhile, my sister, yeah, she's kind of close to Wolverine. Don't piss her off. I believe she has enough, like metal in her system from, like, surgeries that, yeah, she's basically Wolverine at this point. Okay? My sister is basically Wolverine. Yeah, don't get her mad. Damn right. No, no, no. No, no, definitely don't get her mad. No, that's fine. I'm just saying, like, oh, I see what you said. Seb, yeah, that was over the line. Come on. Well, I mean, if you didn't actually give a damn, you wouldn't have sent the message that Automod held back. Uh-huh. I mean, you know what you typed there, Seb. All our mods can see what you typed. But yeah, no worries, Tristan. Yeah, it's about that time. Like, I get it. Yeah. We got this thing showing. We should hide the name and the created because that part doesn't matter. Yeah, way too fucking harsh. Like, come on. I'm sorry, Sab. Like, no, you're not in anywhere a place to, like, talk shit on my family. Like, not with that terminology. Is my sister weird? Yeah, you can call her weird. Yeah, I come from a family of weirdos. Like, that's fine. We're all fucking weird. But come on. Like, you know what you said. That was way too fucking harsh. Come on. Don't you say what the fuck. I'm saying what the fuck to you. You definitely did. Come on. Should I allow the term so people see what you said? Come on. That was definitely insulting. Seb, you literally said she gives you the creeps. That is not a synonym for she's funny. Like, come on. Own your mistake and just move on. Tristan, I think, yeah, we allowed that one, but I don't know. Like, yeah, Automod saw that one too. It's fine said, but like, just saying, like, come on. I appreciate the apology, but the proper way to apologize is not to say shit about family like that ever again, you know? And the apology just needs to be recognized into the future. It's fine, I get it, but just embody it rather than having to say it. But come on. Yes, I dropped the cap. Okay? Whatever. It's fine, Seb. Like, please. Just recognize the boundaries. That's all. I got family. They're weird. I'm weird too. But describing them in any other terms that are way harsher, I'm going to push back on. I get it. Thank you. I don't know about that, Sab, but how about high five? All right, there we go. Right? Just be cool. Mm-hmm. All right, so we're going to get rid of account name and created that because I don't think those values actually matter here. So if we do that, then we're just dealing with, balance in something we shouldn't be dealing with. But yeah, that's, no, that's like our table. Yeah. So Tristan, those shrugs are JSTS biscuits. It's an extension I made for VS Code that really just has no idea what the fuck to do with JSX. Because the JSTS language server for VS Code has no idea what the fuck to do with JSX. Meanwhile, if we look at some, like, hey, right, if we use HTML biscuits, dude, the HTML language server totally understands JSX. Like, it's fine. Like, it knows what this TR is. It's a .even BG gray 50 thing, Right? And we can look at other stuff, right? So if you see, like, the save icon, that is HTML biscuits kicking in. And then anytime you see the spiciness, that is JSTS biscuits having no fucking idea what's going on. But it's trying, man. Right? It's like, I'm trying, Ringo. I'm trying. Right? It's like Samuel L. Jackson from fucking Pulp Fiction. I'm trying to be the shepherd, Ringo. I'm trying. Right? So yeah, like, basically, JSTS biscuits is Samuel L. Jackson from, like, the robbery scene in Pulp Fiction. I'm trying, Ringo. I'm trying. Hold on. I definitely spilled some whiskey while I was ranting about that. But yeah, so I made some VS Code extensions, and honestly, dude, my entire desk could benefit from me spilling some beverage and then having to wipe it up, because holy shit, dude. There's like a... What do they call it in, like, fine art? There's a patina of bullshit on my desk. No whiskey hit the new keyboard. We're good there, 4-wheel, because, yeah, I feel like, the Digma people would actually request money back from me for ruining their keyboard before, like, the year is, like, up and done. I think it'd be fine, and then, like, honestly, that'd be some good content. Hey, did you spill some whiskey on your Digma keyboard? Well, here's the way to, like, repair it by soaking it in some distilled water and then letting it dry out accordingly under a fan, maybe? So maybe Digma would benefit from me spilling some whiskey on the keyboard. How about that one? Did you ever think of that? I don't think they thought of it either, and, fingers crossed. They don't pull like some weird like clause in the contract that I didn't read. Four wheel, the thing is, I have actually figured out how to type on this keyboard, so switching back would actually be a fucking issue. No, I read most of the fine print. There was definitely some like stipulation that they can request it back, but they wouldn't be able to like, I don't know, do anything major. At this point, I believe I could contest the value they've actually derived from me promoting their thing, and if it was worth my time to defend myself in court, I could do it, but shit. It's a $600 keyboard. They've gotten massively the amount of like, oh shit, look at this keyboard. How cool is it? Blah, 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 like advertising for them. They've gotten that value already. If they wanted to take me to court for that, would it be worth my time to fight it? Probably not. And even then, I don't think they would, because I think so far, all the people I've talked to at Digma are really fucking cool. Like, so they wouldn't even do it. Like, no, Digma's actually like a legitimate brand. They wouldn't be like stressing about it. I will say, like, yeah, there's that Digma link. Go for it, right? All that Digma link does, it doesn't get you a discount. All it does is like denote that I get a portion of the sale, like 3%. I don't give a fuck, right? Like 3% of $600 is what, $18? Dude, don't hold me liable for that $18. If this is something you would like, go for it, but don't buy it because I said so. But no, if you're looking at a split anyway, well then yeah, the Digma's actually got some really nice features. And I will talk about those features as needed, but I'm not here to be a salesman for it. Nah, man, nah. And I think technically what they bought is my authenticity. It's a nice keyboard, and man, like, I had a cable go bad between my USB switcher that I use to go from like my dev machine to my Mac Mini to my work machine. The cable from my work machine to my USB interface, that cable died. I don't even know, like, how the fuck does a USB cable die? I don't fucking get it. But you know what? I was able to use the USB and, like, the Bluetooth interface without having to connect up to the main machine. At least until I bought a fresh USB cable. And oh my god, that was a lifesaver. So, just saying, like, no, dude, it was like super short. Like, I have no idea what killed that USB cable. It was just super low quality. Like, it sucked. It was a bad USB cable. It was just like, dude, it was not coiled. It wasn't anything special. It was like a 3-foot cable that was just like connecting these things that maybe like did a loop around once. It was just a low quality cable. Dude, it sucked. Yeah, some cables just suck. I was actually a little worried. Like, when I talked about earlier, like, yeah, someone sliced open one of my Amazon packages, like the plastic bullshit they give you. They got a $3 cable that I didn't actually need. I was worried that they took one of my USB-C cables, like USB-C, like connecting all sorts of shit cables. I was worried I lost one of those. I didn't. We're good. We're totally fine. They took a like USB like B 2.0, like the weird like blocky looking connector to a USB-C. They took one of those and it cost me $3. So like, dude, it's not even worth my time to contest that $3 cable going missing. Like, I could go to the bathroom and spend more than $3 as far as how I value my time. I'm not even kidding. Like, dude, I can go piss and it's worth more than $3 to me. So yeah, they can keep that $3 cable. I really do hope that person loses their job over a $3 cable because that's fucking poetry. That's fucking poetry to me. Like, dude, what if they lost their fucking job over a $3 cable? Oh my God. Chef's kiss, right? Because they're unscrupulous and they lost something over something that didn't fucking matter. Oh my God, that would be so good. That's just pure fucking poetry. That said, I would assume they still actually work at the Amazon factory because no one will actually look until someone actually reports something. But it's not even worth my time to report a $3 loss. Like, dude. Not even worth my time to report losing $3. It's kind of sad, actually. Like, dude, like the economics of the thing, like, man. They could go and sell it for like $6 overseas and make $3 on the potential of losing their job. Oh my God. Like, I feel bad for someone who's doing something like that. Like, do they not know? Nothing important gets shipped in the plastic bags. If it's worthwhile, it's shipped in a cardboard box. Like, it's just that easy. I feel bad for a person who is so fucking low that they're slicing open the plastic bags at an Amazon distribution center. Maybe, Tristan, but holy shit, their life must suck. Like, holy shit, if that's like the way you make ends meet, you're not making ends meet and you're fucking one step away from homelessness. Like, holy shit, dude. I feel bad. Like, dude, that person, ugh. Good luck. Like, I've been homeless. I've lived in a van. I've never thought slicing open a package for $3 worth of materials was worth my freedom. You know? Like, holy shitballs, dude. Okay, Larobi, so you never logged into Digma. All right, so there is stuff they can do better. I can see that. As far as I know, I haven't logged into my Digma shit either, though. I don't even have the Digma software installed on this machine. And it still works, you know? So I flashed the firmware for some shit. Sure, why not? But I don't even need the software to continue using it like I just used it before. Are you saying on their website? Is that like the thing, Larobi? Okay, so they're using some... Okay, they're using some fucking third-party cookie that identifies you. Okay, alright. Sure, I get it. You could just be using Brave or something. I don't know, man. I don't think it matters. Yeah, iterable end user ID. Sure. I don't know what iterable even is, but honestly, like, I don't know, man. Yeah, the internet's fucking weird. Mind numb by THC? Well, okay, Primus. Hold up. Why are you trying to call me out right now? Funny thing about weekends when you're unemployed, they don't mean quite so much. Am I high? I am not. I do have the whiskey in me, but, Looch. I do see 9 messages from you. Have any of them actually been any good? Right? You're being judged by your entire history at the moment. Yeah, wow. How dare you be judged by the messages you've actually typed? Yeah. Hmm. Hmm. Yeah, how dare we judge you by your actions? Yeah. Hmm. Wow. I will say they're not great. They're not good. And the fact that they go back to 2022 and you're still not following, that does kind of hint that, like, you're not here in good faith. So how much do you think we care about what you have to say about stream? I'm not saying, like, they're bad, but holy shit, they're not good enough for us to care about you as a viewer. Because you've had a chance, and obviously you don't like the stream, and you're making it obvious with your comments right now, so, like, come on, man. Why are you even here if you don't like the stream? It's fucking weird, dude. Are you just here to troll? I don't believe you, because you don't follow, and your comments have not been that cool. If you liked the stream, there would be obvious, like, representations of that. So either I would recommend, like, you can follow and keep the follow, or be someone fun to talk to. Maybe do both. That would be even better. But holy shit, at least do one. At least do one, man. I'm not saying you gotta follow. I don't care if you follow. But holy shit, be fun to talk to instead. Please. I don't think you are, though. You're saying sorry, but, like, dude, your chat history is not someone who is actually sincere with the word sorry. Okay, I get it. You were just in jest. There's a very clear rule here in Twitch in general and the internet in general that you need to do something to make everyone know that you are actually being sarcastic or joking. I feel like it's a little weird that we need to actually like teach you how to behave on the internet. Like, come on. You're definitely a Zoomer at this point, right? Like, come on, man. Like, you know how the internet works. You can just do a /s or a fucking kappa or some other shit. You know better, right? Just do better. Just be better. That's on you. You got one more chance. There you go. You know how the fucking internet works. Thank you for pretending to get it. It's !kappa. Because, yeah, Poe's law is the kappa law. If you're being sarcastic and it's not obvious, we tell people via !kappa. I mean, so Luch, at least you didn't put a kappa on your I am being sincere. So we have to assume that you're being sincere. But your previous comments have been less than sincere, so I don't know. We have to judge you based upon your previous interactions. It takes you being sincere more than once to actually let us know that you are sincere. That's fine. We don't need to show it. Instead, I would simply say, be sincere, and chat beyond just being sarcastic. Your comment today started off way more sarcastic and way less obvious than you would actually want to be. Solve that problem first. Your history doesn't matter as much. It does matter when we evaluate you, but instead, behave as if you have no history. Again, yeah, Luch, is that something someone wants called out if they are baked? Definitely not. Have you never talked to someone who's high in public? They don't want to know that someone knows they're high in public. Like, come on. I'm not right now, but again, you're not that fun of a person to talk to if you're calling someone out for that shit. Just let them be high. Just let them be high, man. Like, why do you have to ask? Like, just be cool. Anyone asking that is not cool, man. I know, you said you're sorry, but you're still pressing the point. So I have to call it out again. Just be cool. Let people be high. Let people be drunk. Let people be. Just be cool. You say you won't do it again. We'll see. We'll find out. We'll find out. That's on you, man. I think you set yourself up for a promise you're not actually prepared to enact based upon your history. So good luck. But this is your last warning. Possibly your only warning. But at the very least, your last warning. They do seem sincere, but coffee before a code, like, come on, man. All right, so coffee before code at least has the benefit of the doubt. Appreciate you. But dude, don't stick your neck out for some random. Ever. Like, just don't do that. Dude, we get so many trolls here. It's not worth being a regular that sticks their neck out for some random. Just don't do it. Just don't. Please don't. That's fine, Luch. We can start fresh. It's okay. We can start fresh. Just be cool. That's the only thing. That's all I'm asking of you. Just be cool. Be someone that you would actually want to talk to. And all I'm saying to Coffee Before Code is, dude, watch who you vouch for. Like, come on, man. If they end up sucking, do you want to eat that brunt? Do you want to take the blame for someone sucking after you vouch for them? Because that's what you kind of just did, which I'm not going to hold you to unless you double down on it. I'm just saying, Coffee Before Code, like, appreciate you. You're a great member of the team. Like, awesome. Thank you for chilling. But holy shit, dude. Don't vouch for someone you're not actually willing to vouch for. Because it just might happen that a mod tags the person that sucks with someone else vouching for you. Or for them, you know. Because, Luch, we don't know you. Like, you don't follow the channel. Even after roasting you, you still don't follow the channel. Like, why the fuck would anyone trust what you're saying? You're not even, like, putting your, like, dude. Nobody should vouch for you. Not a single human being in this chat. I'm not saying you need to follow, but holy shit, dude. Be fun to talk to. Yeah, I know. You don't have to follow, but dude, don't fucking push back on why we say no one should actually vouch for you. Like, come on, dude. Yes, these two things are actually directly related. No one should vouch for you because you don't follow a lot of channels. Yeah, man. You don't follow this one, so why should someone vouch for you? Like, dude, like, use your fucking brain. Use your fucking brain, man. Yes, I would not recommend anyone vouch for you at this point. I don't know, Luch. Like, dude, I'm fucking tired of it. You've already taken up too much of my attention. I'm not a fan. Just chill. Be someone that doesn't take my attention. With a lack of a follow? Like, come on. Like, dude, you can talk, but make it actually valid. Make it something worth talking about. None of the things you've said are actually worth our time, and I'm giving you way too much time. I'm regretting every single moment I interact with you. Make that not the case. You can still interact and make it fun. Don't make me regret interacting with you. So yeah, anyway, person that tried to vouch for that person. Just recognize. Be wary of who you vouch for. Unless it's just your other account. What's going on? We're doing some like code stuff and taking our sweet ass time doing it. That's the only way I can actually phrase that. But it's a good time. It's pretty good. I like it. Yeah, this is a pre-New Year's Eve celebration stream, right? The day before New Year's Eve. You were close, but you left a character off of the kappa. You were so close. You were very close. This is Old Year's Eve. Yes, exactly. Yeah, this is the old year having one last gasp at being relevant still. But yeah, Tristan, I feel like you gotta spell the kappa right because the other part doesn't matter. But I knew what you meant. We're good. And Coffee Before Code has been here for ages. So, like, no, it would take a long time for me to actually, like, be bummed on them. Like, actually, they've been killing it long enough that, you know what? You know what? 2021? Here's the problem. I don't think I have a VIP to use. Wait, did that work? Nope. Shit, I'm out of VIPs. Well, now I gotta look at who's here in my VIP list. Okay, no, you know what? Hold on. I saw another one as well. This person has never done anything for me to doubt their usage of mod privileges. So, yeah. I don't want to shout them out unless they want to actually chat. But, yeah. Welcome. 2 new mods of the Bong Table. I don't want to, like, dox the people I just said, because they were lurking, and it's rude to shout out lurkers. But I did see a mod that I'm actually really happy to have viewing, so thank you. All right, so now, hold on. There you go. Coffee Before Code. Appreciate you. Didn't make didn't want to make you feel excluded. That's my bad. Sorry. But again, just to be clear, watch who you vouch for. That's all. But man, Coffee Before Code, you've been following for fucking ages. Thank you. Yeah. I mean, we're just chilling. For sure, man. Hold on. Didn't we just hear Roundabout? So yeah, no, this song's like restarting. Like, fuck that. Dude, come on, man. YouTube, you're embarrassing me in front of my friends. All right, so what do I play now? Do we try and kick YouTube into like 80s mode? There is no bulletin there, Sprez. Luch is simply someone who made a comment that is, I don't know, somewhat questionable, and I'm not a fan of it, but someone who has been here for ages said they seem sincere, and I VIP'd that person and modded 2 other people to make room for that person's VIP. I wouldn't say it's that shocking, but it does kind of recognize you as someone who is not necessarily here for a good time. I wouldn't say it's that shocking, but technically, it's not the vibe we're looking for. We're giving you another chance to be cool, man. Please, just be cool. Now would be a really great time to just be cool. I don't know how else to phrase that. This is like, I don't know. It's not a warning at this point, but holy shit, man. Like, get the hint. Just be cool. Be someone that you would want to talk to. No worries, Naughty Knitter. Yes. Four Wheel has said as much, like, the shit's tough. Like, I hope you're getting better. Yes. My mom even just reported that she's having some, like knee stuff, which sucks. Like, and yeah, she's doing some, like, therapy for it too. Right? I get it, Luch. I totally get it. Thank you. I appreciate it. Instead, Luch, I would simply say, whatever someone asks, that's now my problem. You can just be cool. That's the main thing. Just be cool. If someone else asks, that's my problem. There we go. For sure, man. Right? Just enjoy the sweet, sexy, swinging sounds of fucking Tears for Fears. Yeah, the physio. Yeah, no, that shit sucks. I get it. The white screen situation. I mean, it's an off blue situation, so it's not that bad. Yes, this was the final song in Real Genius. Yeah, this was like the popcorn popping song and then like the credits. Yeah, you're not wrong. Good catch. Nothing ever lasts forever. Like, dude, it's super good. Like, I love this song. Like, Tears for Fears. Oh, it's up there for my favorite 80s band. For sure. Dude, Knee Pain fucking sucks. Dude, yeah, it's bad. It's really bad. Yeah. Like, yeah, Naughty Knitter, I hope everything works out really well. Yeah, my mom is dealing with some, like, some major shit. She had ankle issues, and now she has a knee issue. Like, dude, I feel really bad for her. Like, yeah. Favorite band and song of all time? I mean, that's almost worth banning someone for immediately. Like, why are you trying to induce that kind of fucking argument here in chat? How dare you? I'm just kidding a little bit, by the way. But also, like, favorites are super fucking judgy, you know? We don't need favorites. Can we pick a song that nails it right now? That'd be way better. And to that effect, we're going to listen to Burning Down the House as a cover by one of the dudes from The Correspondents. The other member of The Correspondents passed away. This other dude, what's his name? Hold on. Mr. Bruce. I love the fact that he's still doing music. And this is a really good cover. But yeah, like favorites, come on. We don't need to pick favorites. We can just pick a song for the moment. And that's way better. So this is the song for the moment. This is a great song for the moment. And you know what? The next moment might pick a totally different style of song. And it's fine. It doesn't have to be our favorite. It just has to be the one that fits at that moment. And that's how music works. So, thank you for the follow there, Aaron Moore No Dev. Well, I might do some dev. You told your friends Everybody Wants to Rule the World will be played at your funeral, but you didn't say which version of Everybody Wants to Rule the World. So yeah, like, you might get Devo. I think you fucked up. I think you fucked up. Someone might even do a cover. Oh my god, you might get fucking Katy Perry's version of Nobody Wants to Rule the World. She's not done making music yet, you know? You might have fucked up. There you go. Yeah. Aaron Moore No Dev is amending their will. I get it. I'm just saying, like, you gotta be specific, man. Come on. Thank you, Naughty Knitter. I appreciate that. Hell yeah. But however, nobody wants to listen to Katy Perry singing Everybody Wants to Rule the World. Like, come on. That's like universal. However, she could cover it. And if you didn't stipulate in your will, ooh, that's what's getting played for sure. All right, so never mind Tristan. Tristan really wants to hear a Katy Perry version of Everybody Wants to Rule the World. All right, my bad. Okay, sure, my bad. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to speak for you. Fighting fire with fire. Fighting fire with fire. I get it. Yeah. Yeah, totally. My bad. I didn't mean to speak for everyone. I just meant for people with, like, a functioning brain. And I'm bullshitting on that statement, too. Come on, that was a joke. You know that, right? Come on, I'm bullshitting with that statement. That was like Rage Bait 101, okay? That was Rage Bait 101. All right, so Tuto, thank you for the raid. Well, hold on. What were you working on? Shit, hold on. Ah, shit. All right, so my keyboard got massively off balance because I believe someone is smoking this dude's weed and then blowing it right into his face, like to where I don't even realize I'm high. But, it happens. But, yeah, hold on. That is my one critique of these keyboards. Like, you can't even fucking rally and rage and expect these things to be, like, consistent. Like, come on. I don't trust me. Let me, like, get shit-faced, but let me lock in. what I set as like the lean characteristics. Like I want to actually like lock this shit down so I can fucking like be loosey goosey. That's the only feedback I have for Digma. Like, let me just get shit faced and not have to worry about where my fucking lean was set. Okay? Can I just get shitty and not worry about it? Come on, man. Yeah, if I ever find that dude's that's fucking up my entire setup here, ooh, we're gonna have some words. I believe he tends to mess up my shit while I'm over on gaming stream. Yeah, talking like a jerk, except that you are an actual jerk. Yeah. Like, you know, LCD Sound System predicted this future. But anyway, shout out Tuto. What were you doing on your stream, Tuto? You're doing an API with Livewire. And Livewire is a Laravel thing, right? Okay, cool. Okay, so someone else did the proper shout out. But yeah, Laravel Livewire. How do you feel about Laravel Livewire, and what is like the major benefit over using that versus just a front end that uses a WebSocket to your back end? I'm curious about like, why not just use a standard front end that consumes some random WebSocket and you're good to go, and just use your back end proxy that WebSocket. I know it's more steps, but I don't know. It does seem to me like they're independently scalable. If you're just doing something for yourself, I get it. Like, who cares about scaling? But if you're doing something for other people, like, wouldn't it make sense to create a proxy and then worry about individual WebSockets after that? So you like not using JavaScript while still having an SPA feeling. I guess, so that's the big thing to me. Why mix WebSocket server semantics with your canonical REST API? I would prefer to separate those two things and their concerns, right? Like it's a, separation of concerns argument I'm trying to make. And for a small enough project, that shit doesn't matter. So if that's like your argument, then yeah, like if it's small enough, sure, it doesn't matter. Cool, no problem. But how do you end up scaling Livewire? And if your answer is consume some fucking Laravel service, well, okay, I get it, but that doesn't actually answer the question. In the same way that, like, yeah, I got this thing I built with Next.js. How do you scale it? Well, I just push it to Vercel. That doesn't answer the question either, right? So what I get at is that Vercel and Next.js are intertwined as much as Laravel and Laravel's, like, cloud hosting bullshit, right? I fundamentally push back on those things being intertwined. I don't like that idea. So I would say, what is your, like, again, for an MVP, for like what you're making, totally makes sense. I totally get it. But what is your plan to migrate beyond that if it doesn't fit the scale that you need eventually? And maybe that's not something you need to solve. Like, it's not a problem. Like, it's totally okay. Like, you can just say, like, it's not a problem, right? I don't care. I don't care is a really valid answer. I'm not even kidding. I don't care is a totally valid answer for a thing that will never hit a scale that matters. If your answer is, I don't care about scale, I fucking get it. Like, I totally get it. The only reason I'm pushing back is I like to think about how it could scale, and that's different, you know? Yeah. So Saber, Tristan, like, yeah, you guys are totally on the right track. I get it. Let me go pee. I'll be right back. But honestly, yeah, real quick, Tuto, I am curious. Is there any concern for scaling with what you're doing? And how do you plan to mitigate those scaling concerns? You don't have to answer. This is just a question I'm asking. I get it. When you go and raid someone, yeah, so you don't care about scaling right now. Perfect. That's a really good answer. So here's my next question, and you don't have to have an answer for it, but how would you scale it if you needed to? I'm just curious about that. Again, it might not be a problem, and that's totally fine. How would you scale it, though? Because I got to go pee, and it's something to at least start a conversation about while I go pee. So, BRB. See you in a sec. All right. I'm going to grab... Hold on. I hope I have another soda. Oh, shit. I'm out of soda. All right. So that means I've had too much soda, and we will deal with it. Fuck it. Whatever. Okay. So the answer is... Tristan, no. When I say too much soda, whiskey is part of that equation. I can just mix like water with whiskey, you know? Like when I say too much soda, that's my way of gauging, yeah, probably too much whiskey too. So keep that in mind. But let's get at what Tuto's answer was. You'll scale at the VPS server level, sure, at the single node level. A single node doesn't prevent a Reddit hug of death, right? If it dies, it dies, right? So you're basically, right, Ivan Drago at that point. If it dies, it dies, you know? That is one approach to scaling. I get it, sure. If it dies, it dies. Your other approach is use Laravel Forge for deployments in AWS or Oracle for the actual VPS machine. Right now, it still sounds like if it dies, it dies, right? You can have load balancers, but you still need to set up the auto-scaling part of it. And at this point, it does seem like you don't care about the auto-scaling. Like, really, like, well, if I need to, I could do blank. No. If you hit an unexpected spike, if it dies, it dies. So yeah, Tuto, like it's still, you're at the if it dies, it dies stage. So at that point, like basically your strategy is you hope you are successful enough to justify putting in the scaling effort. And that is valid. I'm not saying it's not valid. I'm just saying, like, come on, like, that is your approach. You're not expecting to get more than 1,000 users at a time. If you do, well, fuck them. The service dies. If it dies, it dies. Right? Ivan Drago style. Yeah, cross that bridge when you get to it. I totally understand. Makes sense? Like, again, I'm not talking shit. I'm just pointing out the reality. Right? And the opposite approach is, well, I put it up on Lambda, and 1 million people hit it, and now I'm bankrupt. Right? Those are like the two extremes of the situation. Now, granted, AWS will happily forgive a "and then I'm bankrupt" situation, but only for like 1 month. So yeah, at that point, you do have to make the choice of, do you want to continue to serve users beyond your limit and hope for Amazon to be magnanimous? That's a tricky word, right? Or do you serve only what you're capable of and you just let it die? Bearing in mind that when too many people use it, not only do they get denied, but everyone using it within the bounds that you had also don't get it because your entire server crashed. So yeah, like, that is like the current situation. You served your core customers until you hit a limit, and then once you hit that limit, everything dies. Or you do something that scales infinitely, and then you're fucking limited, or not limited, but you're bound to that infinite billing that you end up hitting. And you hope that AWS is magnanimous and forgives some of it. So yeah, I get that too, Toe. Like, I understand that your core users is you, and then, yeah, who, like, dude, if you got one user, who fucking cares? Like, this problem doesn't matter. What I'm talking about is, like, the major, like, the trade-offs that we have to take for all of these situations. Right? Like, what are the trade-offs of how we scale these things, you know? And I'm not saying there's a right or wrong answer at all. Like, no. Obviously, like, no. There is no 100% right answer because, obviously, that shit would be solved by now. But instead, at least for the rest of my stream, I'm trying to at least teach the fact that these are trade-offs that we have to, like, weigh against each other. What are we trying to do? And I'm trying to build a service that I think needs to scale to beyond a single fucking node. But I've launched plenty of things that only need a single node, and it's fine, right? Like, the chat overlay you see above my, like, below my face here. Dude, I didn't need any bit of the scale that I afforded it. Dude, I don't need that shit. Like, dude, I could have, like, hosted the entire, like, chat overlay as a service on, like, a $5 a month VPS. Definitely. It cost me way more than that. But those are based on, like, design decisions I made before I realized that I didn't push up the code I needed as quick as possible, and then I lost a hard drive that had my latest changes. So whatever is hosted and live right now is just what it is. I can't even scale it back from what it is because I would have to kill the whole thing and then, like, rehost it, and then, yeah, I don't have that code anymore because a hard drive crashed. Did I fuck up? Yes, absolutely, I fucked up. So yeah, you know, that is that. But yeah, no worries there. Tuto, thank you for the raid. All I was getting at is, you got a thing, you're building it to the constraints that you set forth, and that's all there is to it. It's totally fine. So Saber is now asking, what are my plans to auto-scale Waltr? I don't need plans because it's Lambda and DynamoDB. It scales without me even caring. I don't give a shit. Like, it'll just scale. As long as I set my keys properly for the Dynamo part. Like, I have infinite scale at my disposal, and I also have scale to 0 if nobody ever uses it. I have services that take way too many resources to stay up, and my current goal is to have stuff that scales to 0. You want to know one thing that I have that scales to 0? Oh man, it's beautiful. Yeah, it's npmpm.com. This entire service is a scale to 0 service using a lot of the stuff that I scaffolded for Waltr. If we go to Waltr and we go get started and we log in with GitHub, yeah, all of this is calling API lambdas, like, you know, AWS lambdas. I haven't looked at or even touched these things in like 3+ years. But no matter how many people use them, they'll continue to work, which is kind of magical. And if nobody uses them, well, I don't pay shit. That is the magic of Lambda, right? If you go viral, yeah, Lambda's going to cost you more. It just is. But yeah, no one is judging me for my Lambda costs because I pay like 25 cents a month max for this shit. So yeah, the goal of the game is try and guess a word that is not in NPM as a package, right? So food, because maybe I'm getting hungry. Well, yeah, we saw a cold start time for that one. All right, not ideal. But yeah, food was registered 8 years ago. Well, what about beef? Well, that's way quicker. There we go. So we just paid the cold start time, and now we're just paying like the query time to some external service. So yeah, beef, taken. Anyone got any other ideas? What's a word we should submit? Saber, how about that one? Right? Pretty quick. Quick enough, you know? But also taken. So what I'm getting at is npm probably was idle for months until I actually like kicked it off again. What did it cost me? Probably like a penny, you know? Phalanx. Oh, I know that it's taken, but it's a great word. Good call. Phalanx was released 11 years ago. So I get it, lickety split. One big point is that deploying Laravel to AWS Lambda, I would love to see some Laravel numbers over in this list. Hold on. Here we go. Max Day Lambda Perf. This is an open source repo, and if you're a fan of Laravel, you should try and get it added to this list. Like, because it's open source, man. And I think people would benefit from seeing those numbers. But I just want to point out, like, dude, if it's worse than Java, you got a fucking problem. I think it would probably be better than Java, though. Like, I would bet money that the Laravel version is at least faster than Java's cold start. At least Java 21, you know? So here's the thing, though, right? It's an open source repo that you can submit some stuff to and launch your own thing for and figure it out. Again, lickety split. It's not my problem. I don't give a shit. I don't fucking care. I think the biggest problem is that Laravel fans are not represented in this list, and no one has cared enough to submit a benchmark for it. I would recommend submitting a benchmark for it. I would actually presuppose that Vapor is doing some shit that makes the Lambdas better than it would be. Because if it was good, they'd already be in here. But I'm probably wrong. You know what it takes? Someone actually making a pull request. Someone actually giving a shit. So far, no one from the Laravel ecosystem has gave enough of a shit to get their stuff listed in this. And I actually consider that somewhat problematic. Because I know this is big enough that they should have, but do they? I don't know, man. So if you actually care about promoting Laravel and PHP for Lambda use cases beyond just Vapor, because, come on, I'm not going to use Vapor. In the same way, I'm not going to use Vercel for anything I care about, you know? I want to self-host this shit on Lambda. What is that going to cost me in cold start time? It requires anyone who's actually getting paid by Laravel to do so. Josh Siri, I'm looking at you. Why the fuck is there not a benchmark in here? Aren't you getting paid by Laravel to do fucking DevRel? Come on, Josh Siri. Like, make one. Just do it. But he hasn't yet. Or he's tried, and it's not good. Those are the only two, like, things we can discern from this. This is not new. This is not special. This has existed for years. So the only thing we can take away from the fact that PHP is not in this is either no one has cared enough to try, or the numbers are not good enough that they actually want to, like, submit it. I would say that the fact that they're not in here after this existing long enough, you think no one cares enough? Well, here's the thing, lickety split. It seems like you do care enough. If you're going to recommend we try a thing, it seems like you do care enough. So here's my big point there, lickety split. If no one cares enough to submit to this, why would I care enough about their opinion here in chat? This would have far bigger impact for, like, you know, scale to zero infrastructure. Cold starts teach users patience. Ooh, Kevin Naughton. Spoken like a really true Googler out there, right? GCP with the coldest cold starts in the entire industry. Touche. Well played. I get it. Well played. Touche. Yeah, there's a reason nobody has actually created a cold starts across cloud, like, providers, like Graph, because nobody can beat AWS yet. So why would they create their own graph that makes them look slower? Real quick though, Kevin Naughton, if you're on the Google Cloud team, forcing them to care about cold starts and then creating, like, a graphing tool like this that compares that stuff, that is promotion level content right there. That is senior to fucking staff. Easily. No problem. But Google doesn't employ anyone that gives enough of a shit to push for those metrics to be improved, let alone to create a visualization for them. And no worries, Kevin Naughton. Like, what I'm getting at is Google has a problem of infrastructure, right? There is nobody at Google incentivized to give a shit about this exact problem. Not a single human being. Nope. I'm sorry. Like, I could be wrong, but as far as I know from every single other person that I know that works at Google, there's not a single human being there that actually gives a shit about this kind of metric. And that's actually a problem. They don't employ people that care about the right metrics. Because Google doesn't actually incentivize caring about the right metrics. Google is more about creating a project for the sake of creating a project and getting yourself promoted to manage a team for another project that will never see the light of day. Like, dude. So yeah. My bad, Kevin. I don't mean to like deride Google in this way, but like, yeah, Google just doesn't care about public metrics in any significant way. They just don't give a shit. They should, but they don't. Yeah, they don't make enough money off GCP to justify the investment. Yeah, I totally get it there, Saber, for sure. I completely agree. Yeah. But that's a chicken and egg scenario. If they don't prioritize it, how can they ever make it something that will actually deliver them money? Right? Like, it's a self-fulfilling prophecy. Yeah, we don't focus on it because it doesn't make us our money. Well, it doesn't make you your money because you don't focus on it. I know enough people that work at Google that, like, no, I completely understand the problem. So, Kevin, you don't have to fucking fight Google's battle. I get that. Let me just go grab a soda, and I'll be right back. Right? Like, the number one thing is Google execs don't care about these metrics. So why the fuck would employees care about these metrics? Like, that's actually just science. It's the environment they foster. So yeah, hold on. And yeah, so Kevin, yeah, my bad. I may have generalized in a way that, again, man, I really appreciate you. You know, like, again, I am generalizing in a way that it's hard to be like 100% correct with the way I am like generalizing. So hold on, let me read it. You don't agree with the whole sentiment. You see what I mean? You had a friend a while back tell you something that you thought was pretty true. They said, if you work at a huge company, you're essentially looking out for yourself and everyone just does things to get promoted, whereas startups and smaller companies don't focus on that. They focus on building good things. Yes, exactly, 100%. The majority of execs at Google make projects that make their resume look good, but that don't necessarily benefit the company. And that's why so many things die at Google, right? For every project we see on like the Google Killed It website or whatever, there's like 100 that never saw the light of day. Some stoner thought that was still Coca-Cola only in there. Oh, fuck that stoner. That stoner fucked up. Oh, that stoner made a huge mistake. Some stoners sipped on that like it was Coca-Cola and whiskey in there. No, it was just whiskey. Yes. Oh, that stoner made a mistake. Oh, God, that fucking asshole. I don't know if you saw how much whiskey went into my mouth and then immediately out of my mouth back into the glass. It was, dude. That was bad. No, that was a mistake. We're not trying to get shit-faced. That was a mistake. Okay? That was a mistake. Right? They should make a whiskey glass for full-figured streamers. Okay? Yeah, that might have been a Deuce Bigalow reference. Come on, catch up. You ever thrown a hot dog down a hallway? Yeah, that's basically like that situation right there. With the whiskey. Alright, so GCP is seeing massive growth, you think, and big growth in revenue. Okay, I would question and wonder about that. Yes, so Kevin Naughton, yes. Yeah. They justify moonshot projects because monopoly money and one winner justifies 100 losses. Yeah. Like, so here's the thing about Google. Google is so big that they basically have their own internal, like, Y Combinator, in which people are encouraged to make brand new shit, and oh my god, maybe that one thing goes to the moon. I think the problem is that they promote people regardless of the success of a project like that. So you can actually make a bunch of fucking duds and still be like a senior VP of some bullshit, you know? Like, you can become senior VP at Google having no single successful project in your fucking background. But you led a whole bunch of teams to make something, and they launched it. So, like, if they got over the finish line of launching, well, shit, you're a successful fucking project manager. Like, yeah, here's a promotion. I think they have perverse incentives at this point. That's my main point in general. Yeah, for sure, Kevin. Do they dog food anything? Oh my god, Steel Toad. Google is actually like, dude, the biggest dog fooder of things ever. So, hold on. I just shat on Google a bunch, but let me just sing their praises about this one. You know the version of React that you use? It's not the version that that Facebook uses. No. There's like feature flags galore that prevent you from getting the version that Facebook uses internally. Okay? Meanwhile, at Google, you want to have something merged into core Angular, it has to pass every single test within Google before it gets merged. So when they introduced backwards breaking changes to like Angular at version maybe like 10 or whatever, like where like the decorator changed for like the at component decorator, it had to pass every single fucking team in Google to actually become a real thing for Angular 11 or 12 or whatever. So Google is actually dogfooding Angular in such a way that Facebook would dream of. Every single, like, that's why enterprises latch on to Google and Angular in general. Because Angular, as we see it, is the Angular that Google uses. Meanwhile, the React that we see is like a couple steps down the line of what Facebook is using internally. So I just want to point out, like, as far as dogfooding goes, Google is actually, like, really ahead of the game in that way. Like, everything in Google is on a monorepo. Well, here's the thing, Revenge. You can actually see it and look for their feature flags. Because, as far as I've been told, Meta's version of React is just a feature-flagged version of the open source version of React. So you can actually read the source code of React and see what is being like feature-flagged out to Meta versus what you get. But that's the thing. What we get with like modern Angular is fucking Google's version of modern Angular. Our version of modern React is a couple generations down the line of what React is using as modern React. There is something really powerful about that statement and the difference between those two front-end frameworks. You could totally do that. And you know what? That's what Vercel is doing. So if you want React without the feature flags, yeah, you just use Next.js. That's it. Like, that's 1,000% it. You want React without the feature flags? Yeah, just use Next. You're getting React without the feature flags at that point. That said, there's a big reason why major enterprise prefers the Google approach versus the Meta approach. They can get what is battle tested the moment it's released at Google versus the React thing, and will eventually get what Meta actually puts their like stamp behind. So yeah, Kevin, does that ring true? Please chime in. I don't think I'm far off on that statement. I do know some people that work there. But I could be mixing up what they say because, you know, NDAs and all that bullshit. But as far as I understand Angular, yes, the version of Angular that is publicly released is one that has actually passed all of Google's internal fucking, like, metrics, you know, and tests and all that shit. Whereas, like, React is a different beast. So yeah, anyway, no worries. I don't know, Tabs. I can't speak to that. Exactly. All right, there you go. Yeah. I didn't want to like dox too much of like what you're trying to say because like your name is tied to your shit. Whereas like the other people I know that work at Google, their name is not tied to their accounts here. And like I chat with them and we hang out and we chill. Like, yeah. And I won't dox them. But yeah. Don't disclose anything that you wouldn't actually want to say, and I could delete this VOD if you want me to. All you have to do is ask. Just saying. All you got to do is ask, man. There you go. Yeah. Anytime, though, if you thought you overstepped that you didn't mean to, dude, Kevin, just let me know. Like, dude, you're a mod. You're a mod. You have that power. I trust you. I will delete everything from this stream. But yeah, I don't think we're saying anything that's not somewhat publicly known. Like, I don't think there's anything trade secret wise or any of that shit, you know? So yeah, just double checking, that's all. All right, so 1 second. Trevenge. Does that mean React is more unstable compared to Angular? No, not at all. These are different things. Stability, I would say, is equal. But there is a confidence at like an enterprise level. Right? Yeah. All this info is actually explained in a bunch of places. I'm not saying anything proprietary. I have said some stuff about how Twitch did their migration from Ember to React that might be proprietary, that hasn't been said elsewhere, but no one said I should shut the fuck up, so I think we're good. And this is like 5 years past anyway, so who cares? But anyway, yeah. For this stuff, nah, like, most of what we're talking about is like really common knowledge for Google stuff, right? Uh-oh. Tristan's about to get me fired. Oh no. Ah, shit. Tristan's about to get me banned. Ah, shit. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Like, hold on. Let me play some other music. Let's do something else. Hold on. No, so that's the thing, Trevenge. And I think what Kevin is saying, like, honestly, like, dude, yeah, Google, like the majority of stuff you have to do to pass the internal checks about like what Angular does, every single project in Google using Angular at main, which is most of them, like almost the majority of them, if you're going to break Angular and break their build, you are actually on the hook to fix their build and fix whatever they're doing. Like, it's actually kind of crazy. Like, I know some people from the Angular meetup, which I was a co-organizer for. Come on, I'm bullshitting. Like, I just gave a talk or two, and my homies organized actually all of it. But I know at least one person who was on, like, the GCP, like, Google Cloud dashboard team. And they spent, like, the majority of their time actually making other people's code pass for, like, the latest, like, upgrades to Angular. For a lot of, like, the backwards breaking changes of, like, the at component decorator and some of that stuff. And I can't dig any deeper. I can't say any more than that. But just saying, like, dude, yeah, when at component, right, that decorator broke some shit, there was someone who had to go and help them improve their tests and fix it, right? Like, and like cross-cutting concerns, like one person from one team dealing with shit for a team that they've never even chatted with, just submitting a pull request, you know? Like, it's actually really fucking crazy how much cross-cutting happens inside Google. Like, it's amazing. You'll get a pull request from someone you've never even talked to, that solves a bug in something that they're updating for a dependency that you have. Like, it's really fucking cool, actually. I admire it, you know? But there's also just like, yeah, the issues you run into when you have these many things that depend upon things that happen within your organization. And it's a giant fucking monorepo. And you couldn't even possibly check out that whole monorepo yourself because it's way too much to fit on a single hard drive. So they got their own bullshit that does that stuff, you know? Like, dude, it gets really crazy at Google. And I say this never having worked there, so my opinion is fuzzy at best. So, I don't know. Tristan, yeah, I don't know, man. I'm pressing X to doubt, but I don't want to actually, like, test that, so I'll just take your word for it. How about that one? Uh-huh. Whatever you say. But yeah, anyway. You know, yeah, for sure. Ooh, yeah, right? A 60s era hard drive that takes up, like, you know, the size of, like, a high school locker for, like, a gig. No, not even a gig, like a megabyte of data. Yeah, physical size versus, like, you know, theoretical size. Come on. Theoretically, okay, get our mind out of the gutter. Come on. Yeah, sorry. This is not productive. But yeah, anyway, Kevin, thank you for chatting. I know. We got gross all of a sudden. It's fine. It's fine. There's no problems here, man. No, I think... Thank you, Kevin, for chiming in. Yeah. Nah, you're the best, dude. I would love to play any gaming you want at this point together. Have you been playing any, like, Path of Exile? I'll play some League with you. Path of Exile? Even better. But yeah, any game you want to play, man, like, I'd happily play any gaming you want. Just let me know. Just let me know. Are you like a Marvel Rivals guy at this point? Like, I don't know. I'll be terrible at it. I don't mind. But yeah, let's play some games, man. Anyway, let's engage the rest of chat. And, yeah. But yeah, dude. All right. Yeah, I've never watched any Rivals. I would say when PoE goes free to play, like, dude, yeah, let's do it. No, so Trevenge, here's the big thing, like, PoE is not free to play yet. I think they're working on balance stuff that'll make it good. But, yeah, I'm happy to play with a bunch of people when it finally goes, like, free to play. I think Space Case is another one that we can totally, like, play the game with. There's a bunch of, like, classes that are going to go, like, free when free-to-play happens, too. And, yeah, I mean literally, like, PoE 2. Like, not PoE 1. Come on. I'm not going to play PoE 1. Nah, not going to do it. Yeah, PoE 2. Yeah, for sure. No, I mean PoE 2 the new one, right? When they do like the full public release, non-early access version, dude, I'll play with anyone that wants to play. Like, come on, let's join. Let's do it. But especially Kevin Nunn. So 2-bit Pixel Ninja, can you get honest feedback? I'm pro React, but you have you asked this earlier and I missed it. I'm sorry. Yes, 2-bit. My bad for missing that comment. Yeah. I remember that phrasing and I saw it and I just spaced. So, thank you for not being offended. And thank you for reposting. All right, so you have decent knowledge of Vuenux and don't want to spend time in tutorial hell for a new micro SaaS. Do I think it would be better to learn React and do that if there is potential for your SaaS to grow and need to get more people to support, or stick with Vuenux? Growth is a nice problem to have. Build out your MVP with whatever you can launch that MVP with. I'm not going to lie that I think you're better off building a SaaS that you want to have other people contribute to. Be React. It's easier to hire, easier to just do everything. Like, the hiring process is simpler. You can ask about the things you care about versus like evaluating if someone's good at learning, and like, oh my God, that's so much harder to test for. But, dude, hiring other people is a really nice problem to have. You'll probably never hit that. So just build what you need as quick as humanly possible. If you secure funding, you can actually rebuild it really quick with just 1 or 2 other people, right? Whatever you built, you can build it quicker with another person, with another 2 people, right? So instead, build out the thing, make it real, and if you think you can secure investment for it, well then, yeah, like, secure the investment on like an MVP that has actual users. Oh my God, that's so much easier. But eventually you might migrate to a thing that's easier to hire for. And I don't know what that is right now or what it will be. I can make a guess, but honestly, like, hiring is not your problem right now. Your problem right now is making something that people want to use. If people start using it, rewriting it in something that is easier to maintain is a really nice problem to have. Right? Like, anyone want to push back on that statement? Like, I personally think, yeah, just launch. Like, do whatever you can. Get that shit out there. Get users. Build out the product. And then rebuilding what's under the hood? Dude. That is way cheaper than finding your product market fit. Mm-hmm. Yeah, too many people get hung up on the architecture of the thing they built. I think instead, yeah, find customers, man. The only reason I would dude, just smallly question that is, like, do you envision any libraries that you might need? that just aren't available in view or whatever. That's the only question I would bring up. And if you have the confidence that you can actually like work around that, then you're good to go. So hold on, flu. So that was flu. Hold on. Why am I not able to complete your name? Wait, is it LT flu? Like Lieutenant flu instead of it flu? It is LT flu. All right. I'll add you. But yeah, LT flu, like, yeah. The thing where I forked one person's code? Yeah. We had a regular here for a long time that was kind of a dick at one point, and they're not a mod anymore, but I did fork what they did. Like, I would say simply, like, LT flu, look at sources versus forks. Don't judge any dev based upon what they've forked. Like, judge me by my sources, not by the things I've forked. Like, a lot of the time, I'll fork something from a viewer, just, you know, for benefit of the doubt. And I might forget to delete it or some shit. But don't judge me for a fork that I've done that I haven't even contributed to. Judge me by the things I've made. Look at my sources. You'll have a better time. But yeah, it's flu, like, I don't know, LT flu, Lieutenant flu. I don't know, man. You trying to talk some shit? I do kind of wonder. All right, so you're not trying to talk some shit. You've been following for a while. You're good. You're good. I'm just curious why you brought that up at this point. Please, only judge me by my sources, not the shit that I've forked on good faith. Yeah, that was one of our mods that I push back on. We've seen them in various other things, you know. They have not been human enough to apologize for the reason why they're not a mod anymore. You know? I don't know how to phrase that any other way. I don't want to make it any more personal. But yeah, it's a person that we choose to just not interact with. Should I delete it from my GitHub? Probably, but I don't even care that much. I have enough in my GitHub that I don't need to like curate it, you know? Just because I fork a repo doesn't mean I endorse that person. And it doesn't mean I own whatever code I forked. I would simply say, look at how you evaluate someone's GitHub repo. That matters more than what's in it. Ooh, there you go, Trevenge. Yeah. All Along the Watchtower. Jimi Hendrix did it really well. Bob Dylan's version? Meh. There's also a bit of that. Anyway, yeah, I don't know. We're at like 10 p.m. and I feel like we've stalled out. I had a very specific thing I wanted to do. I think we're actually really close with what we're doing here on the endpoint, but I did allow stream to like diverge a little too much. No, it's not the mods. It's on me. It's on me. I do have a goal. You forgot the kappa. There it is. Yeah, no. Never blame the mods. The mods are the best, right? The mods do their best, and I fucking yell at them when they try to correct me. So that's on me. So keep that in mind. The endpoint is the friends we made along the way. And there you go, touche. No, like, I got stuff I wanted to do. And we're really close with it. But I allowed myself to get, like, into rant mode. Which is part of the fun. And, like, dude, I wouldn't stream if I couldn't rant randomly. Like, come on. Like, watch a Primogen stream. And expect him to not rant. The moment he starts ranting, you have to leave. You wouldn't, like, you'd leave within a half hour, right? Like, come on. The best thing about streamers is the fact that they rant. But they also try to get shit done. I will point out that, yes, did I get shit done within the past hour? No, I didn't. We ranted. That's my fault. But I have a good idea of what I want to do. If I couldn't rant like it was against TOS, would I stop streaming? I wouldn't stop streaming, but I would probably get banned pretty frequently. Because, yeah, I don't know, like, the conversations about web dev are more important than the web dev I do. I don't think there's a single person that would push back on that statement. If I start to rant, switch category to just chatting. Like, no, I don't want to do that either because, holy shit, that requires, like, a conscious effort. Could some API switch that shit for me? Like, yeah, all right, that would be like a really good legitimate use case for AI. All right. Yeah, switch my category as I do some shit. Here's the thing, I do enough shit while I'm just ranting that, like, even while I'm doing software dev, they would still classify it as ranting. So, like, I don't know if it's even valuable at that point. While I rant, while I chill, while I do my thing, like, yeah, am I doing everything I should be during this moment? No. But man, like, while I'm doing a rant, I will happily hack out some code that people would miss if they just dismissed, like, the rants, you know? Now, right now, today, less so. Sure. I get it. But yeah, big thing is, I got stuff I want to do. I also want to eat some food, and it's like basically 10 p.m. I could have done more. I could have been better. I could have been a contender. Oh, that was a reference that only a couple people will get. But whatever. I could have been a contender. But they bring me back in. Right? Like, oh my god. I could have been a contender, but y'all brought me back in with, like, some of these arguments. All right, I get it. It's fine. It, like, I would rather have these arguments than not. I could have been a contender. All right, so instead, yeah, whatever. We have a good day. I'll be here tomorrow. And I'll do rants about rants. I can rant about ranting tomorrow on stream. No big deal. If you want to hang out and see it and see the bullshit happen in real time, right? Oh my god, it's like Ferrari versus Mercedes or some bullshit. I don't actually watch F1, so I have no idea. Like, this is a Red Bull problem for sure, man. Come on. But instead, yeah, like, what do we do tomorrow? Real time, latency free rants. Hey, oh. We're just bullshitting. It's a good song. We're gonna let the song finish. And then, yeah, we gotta figure out where we raid. And then I'll go cook some food, eat some dinner. Yeah. Song's done. Come on. Yeah, I'm tired of it. All right. So, who do we go raid? That's actually more important than what I eat for dinner. And yeah, I can eat, like, all sorts of shit. Here we go. Following. Who do I follow that's going right now? So I know that Spiro is going. I feel a little bad, but we could totally fucking trigger Spiro by, like, shouting out my tweet. But he wouldn't get anything done, and I'd feel bad about that. Wait, I don't see him in my list. His title is Unhinged Rant, Web Software Sucks and Visas Won't Save It. I do want to raid him, but I don't necessarily want to shout out the tweet that I didn't tag him on, but I probably should have tagged him on. Nah, we're gonna go raid him. Please be nice over there. Don't be a dick. Honestly, anyone who's like too much of a dick over there, like you'll be banned here. Like keep that in mind, right? Just don't be a dick. Just don't be a dick, right? It's fun to have a good rant. It's fun to disagree with people, but just don't be a fucking asshole, right? Like, here's the thing. Spiro will not ban you unless you're a fucking asshole. Just don't be a fucking asshole. Disagree in a respectful way, and it's fine. Or don't disagree, and maybe you actually disagree with me. Like, I'm a fucking asshole. So that's fine, but like, again, please don't be a dick about me either. You can do that to me via a private message over in Discord. We can argue there as much as you want. But yeah, let's go chat with Spiro. He's a good dude. We disagree on so much. And my tweet is an example of that. I assume he's seen it, but maybe he hasn't. And don't assume he has seen it. But again, it's just like, just don't be a dick to Spiro. Like, he's a good dude. He means well, and he believes what he says, like, 100%. And that is someone worth interacting with, right? Someone who is, like, just authentic. So enjoy his stream. See you soon. Later.